Hello, hello, hello here. Yuri, we are live on YouTube. You should hear me from Zoom. Morning, everyone, and welcome to Rivers in Spring 2026, the World Water Day, live from Australia and all over the world. You're joining us from wherever you are. We're going live on YouTube.
And this is hosted by us here in Australia today, but we're going to have participants and contributors from most of the continents on the planet, and live crosses to people around the world.
It's a great day. We will be connecting from Mantova, where this event was started and is still running. In Mantova, there are thousands of students, teachers, and citizens sharing ideas and activities around the topic of water. This is theme for UN Water World Water Day events is water and gender. Where water flows, equality grows.
And what we want to talk about is some of the details within that heading. And a key element of that is equality of access to water, increasing the participation of women and girls in the consideration and provision of water, because as Alessandra has said, where equality goes, water flows.
And this is the topic, that water is a matter of human rights, and very often we forget how precious water is. It's very easy to leave the tap on while we're brushing our teeth or having showers that last too long. That's just because we are used to water, and most of us have great and convenient access to water, and we do not feel inequality when we are seeking water.
But access to safe drinking water is a fundamental human right, and events like this increase the awareness for many people about how important water is and exactly why it is so fundamental to community and to society as well as to individuals.
As we mentioned, we are connecting from Australia. Our colleagues are in Mantova. Mantova is a city surrounded by 3 lakes. They're actually artificial lakes. It used to be an island. In Italy, and especially where Mantova is, cities are born where water flows, because water is allowing commerce to take place, allowing exchange and cultural exchange, and a lot of artifacts in archaeological sites in cities near Mantova show the presence of Egyptians, Phoenicians, and other populations coming to Mantova, which is inland in Italy, through the river from the sea.
And Mantova is a really good encapsulate or good way to demonstrate just how important water is. The town was set up because water was there, people could drink it, use it for crops and so on and so forth, but also it became a form of defence against attack, but it also has facilitated commerce and the exchange of ideas and other cultural features. And this is something that we can find in most countries around the world. Where you have access to water, cities have grown, cities have then been able to remain, and where water instead has, for whatever reason, whether it's climate change or geological factors, where water is no longer available, often those societies and those communities really start to struggle.
Today you will see a lot of presentations from all over the world touching on different reasons about why water is important to them and what can be done to make our planet a better planet where everyone has safe access to drinking water and sanitation. We wanted to draw your attention to the fact that pollution is also a topic you will see broadcast today. A lot of the works that you will see have been looking for pollutants, emerging pollutants or existing pollutants, or changes to the territory, and seeing how they will talk us through what happens when you really dramatically change your territory, especially waterways, and how the ecosystem is impacted. Everything revolves around water. This beautiful planet is also known as the blue planet because of its water that makes up a lot of the surface that you can see.
And so, just as when the astronauts look at the planet, or when we see photos of Earth from outside the planet, everyone sees blue, everyone can see the water. So, we have stories and examples from people around the world about local actions, local initiatives to increase educational awareness, but also reduce the impact and the influence that we have on water, which, after all, is essential for human existence.
We bring you the welcome from Serena Pedrazzoli, who is the council member responsible for education in Mantova. And we will connect a bit later to Mantova with a video stream. You will see that thousands of students from actually all over Italy gathered to show and share their experiences, their games, their projects around water. The councillor is a great supporter of this project, and today we are simply supporting Globe Italia and Labter Crea Mantova, who are the organizers of this event. We are connecting, we said, from Australia. We're connecting from the lands of the Wadawurrung people of the Kulin Nations. We, as Australians, we wish to pay our respects to the traditional owners of these lands, waterways, and air in which we work. We also wish to acknowledge the Indigenous people of the places you're connecting from and pay our respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. Without further ado, maybe we can also share very keenly a message from Globe's implementation office. The Globe program is a great supporter of this project, and we are connecting today with mostly Globe teachers and scientists. So we shall share the welcome to you all.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Lewis, and I'm the co-director of the Globe Implementation Office. I direct the community engagement and support team at the GIO, which means that we work with the Globe participants around the world to connect them both to one another and to scientific research. We work to connect the Globe community to NASA missions as well as to other research projects that can benefit from citizen scientists participating. Oftentimes, these researchers need to collect data from around the world, and the time and expense to be able to travel and collect all of those data from many different locations would make their research nearly impossible. That's where citizen scientists like you are so essential. I'm really excited to be here today on World Water Day. Water is such an essential part of our world. It connects us as humans, and it is important for us to keep track of our water and see what is happening with it, and thinking about how we can continue to ensure that we are taking care of our water supplies, as well as making sure that there is clean, accessible water for all of the people on this planet. We at the Globe program are so excited that participants from Globe are able to contribute to our understanding of water systems using the Globe protocols. Citizen science efforts like Globe truly are an enormous asset to our scientific community and to making sure that we continue to advance Earth system science. So thank you all for all of your contributions to Globe and for adding your data to our 30 plus years of data in the Globe program.
Greetings from the Globe Implementation Office. My name is Rebecca Boger, and I am a co-director of the Globe Implementation Office. Specifically, I direct the science, training, education, and public engagement. Very excited to be here today to talk to you about water, one of my favorite subjects, and to celebrate your participation in. As we all know, water is essential for life, and we need to provide access to clean water to everyone around the world. And we need to provide clean ecosystems for all of the organisms that we share this world with. Globe citizen science data contributes to our understanding of water system. The water-related protocols, of which there are many, connect to satellite missions and improve our understanding of Earth system science. It's increasing our understanding at local to global scales. When I look at the student research through the Virtual Science Symposium, I am continually amazed and inspired by the work that's being done by students around the world and the impact that they are having on their communities. Just to name a few examples, students in Oman have cleaned up a waterway and increased tourism opportunities and had an impact on the economic development in their community. Students in Brazil are looking at lakes, the water quality and lake levels, and contributing to a better understanding of how these water resources should be managed. Students are looking at mosquito habitat in the early life stages, where mosquitoes in their eggs and larval stages require water, and cleaning up those habitats, understanding where they are, and lessening the occurrence of dengue and malaria and other mosquito-borne diseases in their communities. This is very powerful. And I look forward to seeing what the students do in the next 30 years of GLOBE and how they contribute to our Earth as a system, to our communities, to make this a healthier, more resilient planet.
Hello from the 2026 Virtual Science Symposium team. I am so excited to be here with you today with Christina Buffington. We are representing the Globe Implementation Office Science, Education, Training, and Public Engagement team on this Rivers and Spring International World Water Day in Mantova, Italy, to share with you about the 2026 Virtual Science Symposium this year. And we had a great turnout with the 2026 VSS with 340 projects submitted this year. And our GLOBE researchers submitted 320 full investigations along with 20 project proposals. And we had participation from all 6 GLOBE regions and from participants of all ages. So that spans from lower primary students to undergraduate and postgraduate and citizen scientists.
1/3 of all of the projects submitted were hydrosphere projects, and these came from all GLOBE regions. 63 projects came from the Asia and Pacific region, and 59 of them were from Thailand. As far as the ages of participants, 3/4 of the participants were secondary students, and they presented on a variety of water topics using all of the hydrosphere protocols.
And while we would love to share all of the great projects that were submitted, we're going to highlight 2 today. The project spotlighted on the left is from the Estonian Learning Expedition. And this team studied the relationship between benthos, water chemistry, and human activity in the Jälume Trench. And this is a great example of how GLOBE fills a gap in water quality monitoring where local authorities might not be able to monitor every waterway. You can access this project and explore it by using the QR code shown on the screen here on the left. And another really interesting project shown on the right was submitted by a team in Thailand, and they developed an eco-friendly hydrocarbon-absorbing robotic fish for community water improvement. You can see a picture of their robotic fish design on the right, and they used this to see if they could treat wastewater discharge in local waterways. They used a variety of water chemistry protocols, and they found that their robotic fish could effectively treat waste or local waterways. And so we encourage you to check out their project through the QR code on the screen here.
So we want to close by just saying thank you and celebrating water around the world and celebrating a very successful 2026 Virtual Science Symposium. Thanks to all reviewers and mentors and students and participants who submitted projects.
We thank the Globe GIO for this fantastic video, giving us some context and the ability to see work from participants to their VSS, which is a great initiative where students can share projects and videos about their projects. And we heard a lot of these were focusing on water.
And what was also an interesting feature of the numbers, not just that a third or more of the projects looked at water, but also the breadth and variety of schools involved, including so many different age groups and levels of schooling. So it's a subject that is being taught to people at all levels of the curriculum.
And talking about water, it's important that this year we launch again the microplastics monitoring campaign. It's a campaign that involves a lot of students, actually thousands of students all over the world, who follow a draft protocol to search for microplastics. So here we go. So if you've had the opportunity to be trained on the microplastics monitoring project, we invite you all to just get out there with your teachers, map what you're going to do, test what protocols you're going to have, bring the samples back and share your data with us.
And as part of our international crosses and explanation of various projects and activities that we have around the world and bringing to you this year, we're going to have something coming across from the US. We will have some Globe student and some Globe participants share a story about some local action that's been underway for quite a number of years. It's the story of a
slough.
Story of a slough. And this is where we have Dawson Brennan, we have Teslin and Tori Brennan, and they're looking at some activities that elementary schools have undertaken in their local waterway.
This is a true family story, and we will have Dawson and Tori join in a moment. But first of all, we let them tell their story, which is really stimulating of thinking. Makes you think about how little changes can actually impact your
Small changes, big impacts.
Small changes, big impact. That's correct. So here we go.
Okay, can we just compare for a minute? Holy cow! These are some like what's
Me
the
too.
difference here? What are the differences
These
you're seeing?
ones are bigger. These are bigger.
These are bigger. Yeah, definitely bigger. Anything else?
I could get beaver at my house.
Yellow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yeah, your teeth are beautiful and not yellow, so that's good. Anything else? Look at the shape of these teeth.
I already brushed them. I brushed them.
I first became interested in the Piledriver Slough indirectly by looking at river changes on the Chena River in Fairbanks and upstream of Fairbanks. It turned out that I kept hearing about Piledriver Slough and Chena Slough, and I got to wondering about how the two related to each other, and I got a hold of some 1938 aerial photographs of the area, and you can see that Piledriver Slough connected directly to the Chena Slough. And looking at the 1938 aerial photographs, you can see, and the topo maps also show that the headwaters of the Chena Slough is actually a bunch of small little channels flowing off of the Tanana River, flowing into the Chena Slough and coalescing and forming the Chena Slough that flows through town. One thing, I completely forgot about the Tanana River Bridge that's by Salcha. That was constructed as part of a railroad extension. They called it the Northern Railroad Extension. At the moment, there is no railroad going to the bridge or bridge, but it does allow access across the Tanana River. And when they constructed that bridge, they also constructed a levee upstream of the bridge that essentially acted like the channel plugs that they later wanted to put in to keep the water out of Piledriver Slough now. There was some concern that constructing the bridge over the Tanana River would impact the salmon and other resident fish that use Piledriver Slough. And Fish and Game set up a study with the Salcha Elementary School, I believe, to do a 10-year study to look into the fish use in Piledriver Slough and how that would be impacted now that it didn't get water from the Tanana River.
In, I think it was January of 2010, the Surface Transportation Board that regulates railroads issued a decision to approve the bridge and the levee over the Tanana near Salcha. And as part of that, they had a whole list of mitigating things to address all the concerns with the bridge and the levee. And one of them was that Piledriver Slough should be monitored for 10 years to see what effect cutting off the inlet of it had on the slough and on the fish that live in it. I, at the time, was working for the Corps of Engineers, and I was also the board president for Tanana Valley Watershed Association. And the Alaska Department of Fish and Game suggested that maybe Tanana Valley Watershed Association would be a good organization to do the monitoring for the railroad, because the railroad's not really set up to do that kind of thing. I've been trying to remember who suggested getting Salcha School involved first, but everybody loved the idea. I think it worked out great. I'm very happy to see how it all worked out.
What drove us to do this project was a number of things. Piledriver Slough has run through our community since the start of our community, and it has played a significant part in our history. It's also brought us a lot of fish, grayling, burbot, different types of salmon that have helped sustain our families here. It's happening right here in our community. It's happening to our families. So they wanted to know, what is all that sound from the pile driving going in down the river with the bridge going in, and what does it mean for us, and how is that going to affect the fish, affect our way of living? And so it was important to us, and it was a story that our families and our students were interested in. It came down to that if we didn't tell the story, I don't think the story was going to be told. With this project, I was able to start the project the same time as my daughter started it. We started the same year. I was her kindergarten teacher. She was in kindergarten. And I was there. I was not necessarily her teacher the whole time that we did the project, but I was also her administrator during that time.
I started the project as a kindergartner, so seeing my mom there all the time was actually pretty great. I could just run up and give her a hug, and I think it kind of started as being dragged into it, but then I discovered that topic is something that I actually really enjoy, and it is now what I'm going to be studying in college, and now I love doing it. People would tell me that I was a lot like my parents, and they said, are you going to be a teacher or science or something in that genre? And I wanted to be my own person, so I was like, no. But as I get older, I am becoming even more like my parents, but there's no one else I'd rather be. I think they're great role models.
It's something that we could come home, we could talk about in the summertime when not as many students would show up for the whole school project. She was able to continue going with me, and even when she moved on from elementary school and got into junior high and high school, she was able to come back to the project and teach the next generation of citizen scientists how to do the protocols.
So where are we at now, Mom?
Oh, we are at the Ingrid site for Piledriver Slough. This was a site traditionally done by 3rd and 4th graders. And we would do 2 samplings. We would do one on this side of the bridge and one on the other side of the bridge. Setting minnow traps to identify little fingerling fishes. And we were very good. Our kids were very good at identifying them. And then taking water sampling here. And oftentimes we would see fish right down in there. But we're about 2 weeks early.
Yeah.
So the snow would hopefully be gone in a couple weeks, and we would normally do our first spring sampling. Why, hello, puppy. Oh, did you come to say hi?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, cutie.
You're a little chub. Yeah, you're well loved, huh? And sometimes we made friends along the way, huh? And sometimes dogs would eat the eggs out of the minnow traps, the salmon eggs.
It's funny.
So they would drag the traps up and we'd lose our fish, or we had a moose stomp on one once. So we weren't able to catch that. But the kids always loved coming down. Checking things out, huh? Hello, puppy. You're getting lots of love. Lots of love. This is the culverts. We had culvert site 1 and culvert site 2. And these are huge culverts, as you can see. They're not quite the fish culverts of nowadays, but they're close. So this was a great site for us to do. It's also very safe because it's kind of gradual for so this was oftentimes kindergarten, 1st grade, the younger grades that would do studies here. Salmon actually would spawn. They would travel up here, migrate up here and spawn. And we haven't seen that in quite a few years. And so we're trying to figure out why, if cutting off the head of the slough is part of the cause. This one is Xanthus. This is a Xanthus site. And we would put a fish trap down over here. And we put a fish trap over here. And then we'd take water sampling at both sites. It was this site that we had a moose stomp on one of the minnow traps.
Oh.
These bridges were originally put in by, I believe it was U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, on a grant to help preserve the sport fishing in the slough and the migratory fish. So, but that, as you can tell, was a number of years ago, and some of these bridges have fared better than others. So the option is to try for another grant to get these repaired, or put in a fish culvert, or residents will just go back to driving through the slough like they used to, which has its own environmental hazards to the wildlife and the fish. Is that a little bitty
What I'm most proud about with the Piledriver Slough project is that the whole community was involved. We learned what worked, what didn't. We learned which sites were best for certain grade levels. We learned the prep work that we needed to do before we went out. We had dads who normally didn't show up for field trips or a lot of activities would come to this activity with their kids. I think partly because it involves fish.
As a member of TVWA, it's the project I'm the most proud of because we got to involve so many people, and there are people, and you know some of them personally, I know, that are moving on that are going into this kind of field as scientists because of what they did when they were at Piledriver.
Oh, I've also gotten internships from it. So.
Yeah? Internships from who?
Tanana Valley Watershed Association. I was able to get internships through there, and then I was able to start dual enrollment classes and get more major specific and meet other people and just expand the internship and opportunities from there.
There's a saying, who if not you, when if not now? So if you don't do it, if your children don't do it, if your students don't do it, if your school doesn't do it, who's going to tell the story? And so it's really important when it's in your backyard that you be the one to tell the story.
What a great video that we got to see.
And this video has been put together by a team. The team is Dawson Brennan, and he's collaborated with Teslin and Tori Brennan, who starred in the video that we've just seen. And we have the Brennans with us today. So Tori and Dawson, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And we acknowledge the time is not convenient for you.
It is awfully early. It's 1 a.m. here in Alaska, but we're here. We're excited to be here.
And we're really glad to have you. My sister spent a year in the Yukon, so I'm familiar with what the weather is in that part of the world, and have seen many of her photos. But look, firstly, congratulations on the great film, the great story. And you know, you're doing environmental education as a family affair, but you've taken it to a whole new level here with this collaboration, multi-generational activity. What's the benefit of diversity that you've observed in perspectives that education has provided in your project?
Well, thank you. It's been a lot of fun doing authentic place-based science, not only just with our family, but with our whole community, because this was a school-wide project. But multi-generational has so much to offer. If you think about our elders and our grandparents,
they've been here before us. They know the stories, they know the history, they know the geography. And so they are just a wealth of knowledge for us. And then we have the parents, the caregivers, the educators. They are the instructors of everything that we need to share with our younger generations. And then our youth and our children, they provide the curiosity to and the questions, the wondering, and each individual child brings something different. I mean, I look at my own 3 children. I have Dawson here who looks at life through a different lens and is able to provide that wonderful documentary that you saw. I have my middle son Dakota, who is a lover of all creatures and is going into veterinary science because of what he learned in this project. And then my daughter, who loves everything outdoors, water, fish, and is going into environmental and climate science. So, it's affected each child differently. And since children are stewards of these lands and waters, it's just so important that we share that with the different generations we have available to us.
Yeah, congratulations. That is phenomenal. And I think you highlight the importance of being local and feeling the connection with country. That's something that's really felt strongly both in Manitoba and in Australia. It's really good to see you, Dawson, right, connect to your country and make a difference with this fantastic video. I'm just going to ask you a technical question because we're scientists and engineers, and we have a lot of scientists and students connecting with us. We wanted to ask you, you spoke about, the temperature going up 6 degrees, and you're looking at wild fish populations. What does it actually mean to have the water temperature increase by 6 degrees over the course of that time? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, it was interesting because Piledriver Slough, as you saw, is kind of small. It's an androgynous slough that's an overflow channel of a glacial river, Tanana River. But the Tanana River actually flows into the Yukon River, which multiple salmon migrate up. And so salmon are a cold water loving species. And so 6 degrees Celsius is alarming.
13 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right. And so that loss of, or that increase in the water temperature causes things like algae bloom. It can cause, which is, decreases the dissolved oxygen in the water. It also increases the reproductive stress and reduces the survival rate of the salmon. And so and that's over, that's summertime over 10 years. If we're increasing 6 degrees Celsius in 10 years and we're starting to reach that upper degree of threshold that the salmon are comfortable in, that could explain why they're not returning and we've noticed that over the years that we have a significant reduction in our salmon populations on the Yukon River.
And imagine if it weren't you to measure, who else would have done it, right? Just
Exactly.
like you do.
And with the work that you've done across a couple of generations within your family and outside, what recommendations can you share for students and teachers or even families who might want to implement and undertake similar monitoring protocols, but they just don't know where to start?
Yes, I love talking about this. I've gone all over in different conferences and spoken to teachers and to scientists, but it all starts with noticing and wondering. And this is where children are fantastic at that, because they are just full of questions. So use your students, use your community to ask, and then include your elders because they have different ways of knowing. And they have so much to share if we just ask them and include them. A lot of people look at what we did and they say, "Oh, that's just too big." And so find partners. Many hands make light the work. And so find partners, whether it's watershed councils, fishing groups, boating groups, water safety instruction groups, scientists, parents, volunteers. They're out there and they want to help. Who doesn't like to do water and fish?
Especially dads.
Especially dads. Yep.
Oh,
And
really?
it was interesting. We looked at a whole bunch of different protocols, but the one of the simplest ended up being the one that gave us was the most alarming, and that was water temperature. So start small, but go long with it, because it's going long is where you start to see trends and patterns that you wouldn't see if you didn't keep doing those protocols over and over. And then the last, probably most important one is incorporating Dawson and just telling your story. Because, like you said, if you don't tell it, who's going to tell it? Or they might not tell it like you think it should be told. So it takes lots of pictures, lots of videos, interviews, and get those signed media releases.
Apologies. Do we have you again? Sorry,
Yes.
we lost you. We lost you for a second. Apologies for that.
We have another question for you. What Dawson in particular, your role is equally important as a science communicator. What's next on your calendar? Are you going to keep focusing on this or looking elsewhere, finding new projects?
Well, what's next on my calendar is I'd love to make another documentary specifically about like topics centered around Alaska or Alaskan culture, because I've grown up in this state all my life. I love it, and I love the scenery, I love the people here. I'm interested in capturing that in whatever subculture I direct my attention to. I've made a couple documentaries, short documentaries in the past about my own family. This was the first one where I interviewed people outside my family circle, and I kind of, I'm interested in like broadening my horizon a bit and, filming events. It could be another like science project like this one, or it could be something else, but I'd like to, you know, uh, be a little more ambitious with the documentary thing and, create something from there. With what's currently happening now is I have made a media preservation company called Flying Squirrel Productions. It's basically where with my Salton neighbors, they have these VHS tapes or cassette tapes or whatever tapes they have that they want to preserve. And I help digitize it for them. So that's what I've been busy with lately. And
Fantastic. Archival
yeah,
works are really important, right? Archiving, saving material for the future is really important. It helps you document, and as Tori was suggesting.
As we saw the photos from 1938, really adding value to
yeah.
work done today. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Dawson, you see things through a different lens, literally, as your mum said. You've been watching this unfold before your eyes and see the community involved. And I was wondering, what is your take on what other communities that want to do interventions like the ones you've done? What advice do you have for them if they want to protect, let's say, wild fish populations and their ecosystems?
Well, what I can say, kind of like what my mom said, is if you see a problem, if you want to do something about it, do it. Even if like people think it's too big, like studying 10 years just to see how much the water increased. Say increased.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
maybe-
interesting with our project. I mean, even with all of the outreach and communication that we've done, we're not able to remove the levee or remove the bridge. But we are able to educate about it and show that dam removals and levees are not good for our waterways, and they're starting to be removed in other areas, and the salmon are starting to return.
Another thing I found interesting that was also mentioned is the same company that like put the levee in also asked, Tanner Valley Watershed to study it, and then they eventually grabbed you.
Mhm.
And that's how the story was told.
Yeah.
It
And
wouldn't have
people-
happened without that.
People like you hold people accountable. Look, congratulations again on a phenomenal story. We hope others take heart and start their own news stories and have a great science communicator and documenter like you, Dawson. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Congratulations to all of you in the family and the bigger family, Salcha.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
Corey. Thanks, Dawson.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
Now, we were trying to go to Mantova, but we note that their video stream is not active at the moment, so we might move to our next speaker. Victoria is connecting. Oh, here we go. We have the stream from Mantova, which we will show you for a few moments, and then we'll go to Victoria. You can see in the screen that there's a lot of students, primary school, elementary school, junior high school, and we see here activities based on water. Since speleologists are presenting their work on caves, we have partnered, and we're not going to hear the interview because it's in Italian, but we have partnered with the speleologist group from Mantova who have gone down caves and sampled water, and much to our surprise, we have found microplastics in that water.
And this is just one of the many groups which contribute to Mantova's Water Day. This group's been participating for a number of years, and in fact, there is a link between this group, who go searching underground for adventure, and some of the microplastics contributors, where one of the schools had a speleologist student who went underground, sampled water underground, found microplastics there, which then allowed them to find out some information about waste disposal in their local community and maybe not following the rules. So everyone has a role to play in educating and understanding water, and I'm sure this interview would be interesting to hear, but
lovely to hear, but we're not going to hear it. However, as you can see, there are lots of students on the river, on the banks of the lakes in Mantova. That's where all the activities are happening. You will not believe it, but this is the nth year that this project is running, and every year they've had great weather like this, regardless of whether the previous day was raining and the next one too. So as you can see, there's lots of different stalls, and people join and have scheduled activities. There's been people canoeing, bike riding, walking the river, sampling the water from the river, looking at biology and all sorts of things. We'll let Mantova go, and we'll now share a video by Victoria, who will be joining us just after the video from Ukraine, of all places. Victoria has 2 projects she'll talk to us about, so better we go and listen to her.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Dulbojak, and the topic of my project is microplastics in the human body, detection using nosodes, and analysis of the effectiveness of the AquaShield ecological filter. Microplastics are an invisible problem that has already become part of our everyday life. Today in Ukraine, research methods for the content of microplastics in the human body have not yet been fully studied. You can see purpose and the relevance of our research. We have set ourselves the following tasks. There are several ways in which microplastics enter ecosystems. Soil. Ecosystems are contaminated with microplastics through the application of sewage sludge, the use of organic fertilizers, agrofiber, and irrigation with contaminated water. Atmospheric, small particles can rise into the air and be carried by the wind, settling even in remote and sparsely populated regions. And aquatic, particles enter water bodies with wastewater. The microplastics can enter the human body in several ways. This can be through the gastrointestinal tract with food, or enter the lungs through the air. The presence of microplastics in the body can cause inflammation, oxidative stress, hormonal disruptions. Some types can affect the endocrine system and also have a potential impact on immunity. To detect microplastics, we used electronic nosodes of exogenous and endogenous types. There are 2 types of nosodes. Biological. These are preparations created from real biological material that has undergone multiply dilutions. and electronic. These are digital or electronic analogs of biological nozodes. Biological and electronic nozodes are divided into two main types. Exogenous nozodes are made from materials of external origin, and endogenous nozodes are obtained from materials of internal origin. They can be used to detect many microorganisms and toxins, for example, bisphenol A, radiation levels, bacteria such as Streptococcus, Staphylococcus, tuberculosis, viruses, chronic infections, and else. An alternative method for detecting microplastics in the human body is manual muscle testing using nozodes. During studies related to microplastics, manual muscle testing is used to assess the body's response to bisphenol A, which is potentially contained in microplastics. Currently, there is no laboratory in Ukraine that performs research on the content of microplastics in the human body. Therefore, manual muscle testing using nozodes is an alternative method for detecting microplastics. 30 patients were tested using the manual muscle testing technique using electronic nozodes. For the study, ready-made exogenous nozodes containing bisphenol A were used to see if there were microplastic particles in the body. Then, using endogenous nozodes, it was possible to understand in which organs there was an accumulation of microplastics. The results of the study show that the microplastics were not detected in 4 patients. The rest were detected and treatment with wormwood was prescribed. There are several ways to remove microplastics from the body. Scientists recommend intermittent fasting, namely 18 hours a day. The use of herbal remedies containing sulfur-containing compounds is also quite popular. The most popular drug is wormwood. The dose and the period of use are established during manual muscle testing because the course of treatment is individual. In addition to wormwood, in mild conditions, doctors recommend using white or activated charcoal. To find out if microplastics contained in drinking water, we monitored 6 samples of drinking water for the content of microplastics in each season. According to the monitoring results, the highest content of microplastics in water sources is observed in the monastery spring Klasztor and the lowest in bottled water. It is worth noting that the indicators are not constant and fluctuate depending on the season. The highest content of microplastics was detected in spring and summer, which is associated with active human activity and emissions of plastic waste into water bodies. As a solution to the problem for people living in the areas where we took drinking water samples for research, we produced a 3-section ecological filter AquaShield, which allows you to purify water from various substances, including microplastics. Flasks with built-in membranes, white sand, activated carbon, and shungite were used. Sand removes large particles such as slate, rust, has a detrimental effect on parasites, removes iron, manganese, aluminium solutions from water, inhibits bacteria and viruses. Activated carbon purifies water by absorption, capturing organic impurities, harmful salt compounds, chlorine compounds, heavy metals, microplastic particles. Since activated carbon absorbs useful and harmful impurities, we decided to install an additional filter with shungite. When in contact with water, it releases useful materials and also contains fullerenes, unique carbon molecules that have antioxidant properties. As can be seen from the results of the study, the number of microplastic particles is significantly reduced after filtration by approximately 18%. To check the quality of drinking water, we conducted a full analysis of drinking water from a well in the village of Borshiv before and after purification with a 3-section filter, so we sent the water for analysis to the Kolomea water utility. Now you can view the results of the study of drinking water quality before and after purification with a 3-section AquaShield filter. The results show that such a 3-section filter reduces water turbidity, dry residue, purifies it from nitrates, chlorides, sulfates, and reduces water hardness by half. Based on the results of the study, we made the following conclusions.
And thank you, Victoria, for a great piece of work. Victoria, you can turn on your camera, and thank you so much for connecting from Ukraine. How are you today? You're in the lab.
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Well, Victoria, thank you for joining us today and congratulations on the work that you have done. Our first question is, why did you choose to investigate the presence of microplastics in the human body and in water?
Thank you. Well, the problem of microplastic pollution is not only for Ukraine, but also for the whole world, as the level of environmental pollution with microplastics, in particular drinking water, which has a harmful impact on human health, and it is currently growing rapidly. Now Ukraine is in a state of war, and the content of microplastics in the country increases with each drone attack, because there are also parts made of solid polymers. And when they enter the body, microplastic particles can accumulate and cause dangerous consequences, which is still poorly studied. Today, there are no laboratories available to people in Ukraine where diagnostics are carried out to detect microplastics in the body. And we have created a filter for cleaning water from microplastics for environmentally friendly materials, which quietly, effectively reduces the water of drinking water pollution.
That's fantastic work, and you are right. Life itself generates a lot of microplastics, but especially if you have drone attacks, that's possibly the last thing people think about, right? The contamination, the air and water contamination. You've done a lot of work. What was most surprising in your research?
What surprised us the most is maybe that microplastic can easily overcome any barriers, and in the human body, it will primarily accumulate in the brain, as well as in the other organs such as lungs, stomach, lymphatic, and circulatory systems. We were also surprised that an alternative method of detecting microplastics is manual muscle testing using nozodes, which we conducted together with a physical therapist. And for detoxification, filter preparation of wormwood is used with a certain dose and term of use individually for each patient.
Thank you.
That's interesting. With the water testing, did the results match your expectations?
By monitoring drinking water sources for microplastic content during the year, as we predicted, most microplastics are contained in drinking water in summer, which is associated with active human activity, as well as in spring, because microplastic particles enter the environment during snow melting. And as we created our AquaShield filter, is like a layout. The advantage of our own filter created from environmentally friendly materials is that it purifies water not only from microplastics, but it also cleans water from such important contaminants as chlorides, sulfates, orthophosphates, nitrates, and also reduces water hardness by half. It is cheap. The cost of such a filter is $100, and it is available for private houses, schools, hospital, and even hotel and restaurant businesses.
Wow, that's great always to have products, but also to have the results to back up your choices. So most people that engage in microplastics change something. How will you change your practices as a result of your research findings?
Well, I dream of studying at the Faculty of Biochemistry, and I want to scale my business project, maybe enter the international market, because the problem of microplastics is a global problem for the whole world. And it is the purification of drinking water that reduces the ingress of microplastics into the body. I also plan to develop methods of detoxification of microplastics from the body, so the citizens of Ukraine can freely detect the content of microplastics in our laboratories and be more aware of the conservation of natural resources.
Well, congratulations on your work so far, the research, and also for the plans you have for the future. Microplastics are the reality, and we appreciate on World Water Day, on this event, initiatives such as yours that might try to reduce microplastics and other contaminants in water.
And congratulations on your English and commitment to Ukraine and the rest of the world and water. Thank you so much, Victoria. Really well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we have a big jump in age that we can do if colleagues from Grazia, are you around? We have a kindergarten. We have a set of very young students that we will connect with after we show their video. We'll show them to you first so that you can say hello. Now kids, we'll show you a video. Vi facciamo vedere il vostro video. Mandiamo il vostro video e poi parliamo insieme. Vediamo il video. Ok? Vediamo che avete fatto con le maestre, vedete quanto è bello.
Ciao amici, che cosa state facendo? Io vi prendo cura della casa. Ma tu sei un maschio. Pulire è un gioco di squadra. E tu, che cosa stai facendo? Sto progettando una ditta. Ma è un lavoro da maschio. Tu sei una ragazza. Non ci sono lavori che le ragazze non possono fare. Aiutatemi anche voi. Insieme possiamo fare grandi cose. Venite con me. Andiamo al fiume. Siamo tutte gocce della stessa acqua. Si unisce un filo blu. Io prendo il tuo filo e tu prendi il mio.
Grazie ragazzi, complimenti. Vi facciamo le domande in inglese prima e poi ve le facciamo in italiano. Just explaining what's happening. We're going to ask questions in English first and then ask them in Italian.
So the first question that we will ask these young scientists are that jobs are not for one gender or another, which is true. We should all have the same rights to study and to work. But what water-related jobs would these kids like to do one day?
Bimbi, avete detto che non ci sono lavori per maschi e per femmine, ed è vero, abbiamo tutti gli stessi diritti di studiare e di lavorare. Quali lavori vi piacerebbe fare da grandi tra quelli che riguardano l'acqua?
Risponde Giulia.
Giulia, vieni a dirci. Ciao.
Io voglio costruire delle dighe perché ho scoperto che l'acqua fa arrivare dove serve.
Grazie, Giulia. She said that she wants to build dams in such a way that they make water go where it's most needed. Fantastic.
And the next question that we will ask in Italian is that they have said in the video that working in a team is better, and we'll ask these young people why.
Dite che lavorare in squadra è sempre meglio. Vorremmo sapere perché.
Dai, non puoi rispondere.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Rispondi, prego.
Perché ci aiutiamo e tutto diventa facile.
Oh, ma che bella risposta.
And that's pretty true. On this, like we heard before, many hands make light work.
Yeah, we help each other, it makes everything easier.
And the next question will be, what have these young people learned about water that they did not know before?
Cosa avete imparato sull'acqua che non sapevate prima? Chi vuole rispondere? Amy. Ciao,
Ciao.
dici cosa hai imparato sull'acqua che non sapevi prima?
Che l'acqua è preziosa e non si spreca. L'acqua è forza, fa girare le macchine e ci dà la luce pulita per non sporcare la terra.
Wow, questa è un'ottima risposta. I learned that water is precious. It's really, really precious. And water is strength, but actually force in a mechanical sense. It makes machines work in a clean way. What a fantastic set of answers. Che grande set di risposte che ci avete dato. Grazie. E la tua collega, vorreste aggiungere qualcosa o qualcuno dei bambini vorrebbe aggiungere qualcosa?
Noi vorremmo, insieme alla mia collega Alexia, che ha condiviso questo percorso, e al nostro dirigente scolastico, la dottoressa Nadia Landolfi, ringraziarvi per questa grandissima opportunità che ci avete dato. Grazie, grazie, grazie. Lascio la parola al nostro dirigente.
Traduciamo.
No, soltanto per ringraziarvi, perché ci date sempre la possibilità di impegnarci in nuove sfide, in nuove sfide educative. E gli alunni hanno prodotto questo bellissimo documentario, hanno realizzato questa bellissima attività. Noi abbiamo sempre bisogno di essere di nuove scommesse, ecco, di andare sempre oltre, stimoli continui, e le docenti ovviamente accolgono tutti gli stimoli. Grazie.
Grazie mille. Grazie a voi, state lì un secondo che traduciamo e vi salutiamo. So we're just thanking the team for the opportunity to share the great work of their students. We actually want to thank them. They're thanking us for the challenge we gave them. Our hearts melted watching you. I nostri cuori si sono fusi guardando questi bambini con un lavoro così. È stato molto emozionante e ci congratuliamo dal profondo del nostro cuore per il vostro contributo.
Grazie.
E grazie mille a tutti voi.
Ciao ragazzi, complimenti. Buon lavoro. What a set of examples that we get from kindergarten. These kids are 3 years old and already know everything there is to know about the future. That's just phenomenal. We're just going to go quickly to the Mantova stream to show you what's happening. There's some lab experiment taking place, as you can see, and it's clearly someone very involved in the experiment. You can see there's a junior high school students. They're talking about the loss of ice from glaciers and the fact that there's not snowing a lot. It's talking about their culture, and you can see snowflakes drawn up by the students. As you saw with the kids, a lot of engagement can be done with cheap materials, paper, pens, rolls of yarn. And it's great to see the student talk Lorella through what he's doing. The video stream you see now is going live through the national broadcast in Italy. It is spoken in Italian, so we're not
scavate prima dei fiumi, poi successivamente dai ghiacciai che nel tempo si sono ritirati. Grazie mille. Nel prossimo anno, se avete trovato qualche valle che pur te ha perso ancora ghiaccio. Grazie. Grazie a te. Passo la regia.
And you can see the beautiful Mantova on the screen. You can see they have a drone that is showing the lakes, and what you see is the lakes, and again, more students and a lot of fish being shown in this scene. Now we are moving to the other side of the world. We've been to the US, we have been to Ukraine, we've been to Italy, we are in Australia, and we're going back to the US now. We'll launch the video first, and after the video, we'll talk with Gracie.
I'm Gracie Borgel, and I'm an 8th grade student at St. Rose in Perrysburg. My project is on the levels of microplastics found in different locations in the Lake Erie watershed. I chose to do this project because Lake Erie is a large source of drinking water for people in my area. While doing my research, I learned that microplastics can have a very dangerous impact on the human body. I took water samples from Catawba State Park, which was Lake Erie, Maple Street Docks, which was the Maumee River, Sidecut Creek, which was a tributary to the Maumee River, and the sink in my science classroom. And these are just some maps from where I took my samples. So this was Sidecut Creek, and this was the sink in my science classroom, and this was Maple Street Docks. And on this one you can see that is where I took my sample for Lake Erie. It just doesn't show in there because that's too small. So here's just some background information. Microplastics are plastic particles less than 5 millimeters in length. Microplastics can be found in a very large variety of everyday household items. The average adult consumes about a credit card's worth of microplastics per year, and microplastics can lead to problems such as petroleum poisoning, death, heart attacks, stroke, and cancer. Water is a necessary part of life, so if it's polluted with microplastics, there can be a very adverse effect on the human health. My research question was, how do microplastic levels vary throughout the Lake Erie watershed? My hypothesis was that Lake Erie would have the highest level of microplastics because I found in my background research that scientists had done tests on the Great Lakes and found that there were a lot of microplastics in them. So my independent variable was the location from which I took my water samples, and my dependent variable was the amount of microplastics in each sample. For my controls, I took my water samples within 48 hours of each other, used the same size glass mason jars to hold the water samples, washed out the filter unit with distilled water before each testing, and put the pieces of filter paper after testing in identical petri dishes. Unfortunately, I was not able to repeat this experiment because I was limited in the number of pieces of filter paper available to me. So for my materials, I used glass mason jars, the microplastic filter unit, water samples, 0.47 micron filter paper, petri dishes, tweezers, safety goggles, a pH tester, distilled water, turbidity tube, parent's phone, thermometer, black masking tape, black rubber tube, air pump, and brass fasteners. So first I spoke to Mrs. Tracy Ostrom, who works at UC Berkeley. She was able to send me the microplastic filter unit, which I'll talk about in a moment, and she gave me some instruction on how to use it. And then I completed background research, and then I took my water samples at Catawba State Park, Maple Street Docks, Sidecut Creek, and the sink in my science classroom. I took the temperature of the water and the turbidity of the water and then recorded that in my notebook. I took note of weather conditions, and then I let the samples, as you'll see here, settle for at least 2 weeks so that all natural debris could fall to the bottom. So here are just some pictures. This is taking water samples at Maple Street Docks, Catawba State Park, and Sidecut Creek. So this is the microplastic filter unit setup. So first you had to wash out the upper and lower chamber of the filter with distilled water. And then you would mark filter paper, such as like these, with an X and a Y axis so that you could look at it under the microscope. And then I put the then I put the filter paper in the middle of the filter unit using tweezers or brass fasteners because I didn't have tweezers. And then I screwed the upper and lower chambers together with filter paper in between. And then I attached the vacuum system. And I'll show the slide for that. So this is the filter unit. So the vacuum system is the black rubber tube, and that connected to the lower chamber. That was connected to an air pump, which would suck water out of the lower chamber, creating a vacuum for the water in the upper chamber to run through. I poured exactly 500 milliliters of water into the upper chamber, and then I screwed the lid back on top to seal up the filter unit. I turned on the air pump and let let it suck out the air, and then the water would run through. And then when all the water had gone through, I unscrewed the upper and lower chambers and removed the filter paper from in between the upper and lower chambers using tweezers or brass fasteners. I placed the filter paper in a petri dish, and I used masking tape to label the petri dishes. I repeated the steps for each of my water samples, and then I looked at the filter paper under a microscope at four times magnification, and I drew a diagram of what I saw in my notebook. And then I repeated this for all of my samples. So this is what I saw this is just a drawing of what I saw. The first one you'll see is the sink in my science classroom, and the next one is what I saw in Lake Erie. And I kept track of the microplastics in each quadrant. And this is from Maple Street Docks inside Cut Creek. You'll see it's pretty much the same, just quadrant, different microplastic levels. Oops. So this is my microplastic table. Note that all samples were per 500 milliliters of water. So in Lake Erie, I found 18 microplastics. In the Maumee River, I found 24. In the tributary, I found 20. And in the sink in my science classroom, I found 18 microplastics. So here's just some extra information that I took, like pH, weather, water temperature, air temperature, humidity, wind, and turbidity average. I'll talk about this a little bit more. So here's my graph. I used a bar graph because I just wanted to show the difference between the different levels, and I thought that this was the best way. So it's just the same information as I had in my first table, just a visual diagram. And then my statistical analysis. For the mean, there was an average of 20 microplastics per 500 milliliter water sample, a range of 18 to 24 microplastics, a standard deviation of 2.8 microplastics between the samples, and I also did correlation coefficient, which shows the relationship between two variables. For the pH and microplastic levels, there was a standard deviation of 0.354, which showed that there was a weak positive relationship. This meant that as pH increased, so would the microplastic levels. Between turbidity and microplastic levels, there is a negative 0.8245 relationship, which meant there was a strong negative relationship. Turbid is typically used to describe how murky, when water is really murky, but you take turbidity by pouring water into a tube and letting it out until you can see the bottom. So higher turbidity measurements, because of how I took the turbidity, indicate clearer water. So this basically just means that as the water becomes more clear, the less microplastics there are going to be. And there was a negative relationship between temperature and microplastic levels. So as temperature decreased, so would microplastic levels. So here's my discussion. I did have a few problems. I've never really worked with microplastics before, so I had trouble telling if a particle was a microplastic or not, and I was unable to take more than one sample due to limited number of pieces of filter paper. I learned that microplastics pose a major threat to the health and safety of our world today, and I liked being able to bring awareness to a problem that is really important in today's world. My hypothesis was not supported by my results. Lake Erie was actually tied with the sink in my science classroom for the least number of microplastics, 18. The Maumee River had the greatest number of microplastics at 24. I believe that this is because the Maumee River is a lot more turbid than any of my other samples that I took. If I were able to repeat this experiment, I would like to take multiple water samples on different dates from each of my different locations. I would also like to learn more about the different types of microplastics so I could better identify them. I would also like to do a project that specifically looks at how water quality impacts microplastic levels. I would like to say thank you to Mrs. Tracy Ostrom for providing me the microplastic filter unit. Thank you to my parents for taking pictures, driving me to sample sites, and helping me use the filter unit. And thank you to my science teacher, Mr. Les, for arranging me to borrow the filter unit and helping me set it up. And then here are just the resources that I used. Thank you.
And we have Gracie. Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
It's certainly not early for you, or rather, it's very, very early or very, very late, whichever way we look at it.
Yeah, just a little bit early. Not too bad though.
Thank you so much for staying up for us.
Look, Gracie, firstly, great video, and thanks so much for putting that together for us and for being available tonight. Now that we're talking to you live, are you able to explain to us the criteria that you applied to select your sampling sites?
Yeah. So I wanted to sample Lake Erie because my family loves boating, swimming, and fishing on Lake Erie. And for my other sample sites, I wanted sample sites that were downstream of each other and close to my home.
That's a good set of criteria, to be honest. That's the criteria we would recommend for sampling for microplastics, because waters close to you are really important to your community. And I can assure you, you're probably the only person in the world to have that data set. Now, you're talking about microplastics and how you found a few but didn't quite correlate with your hypothesis, and we'll get there. But what types of microplastics did you find most frequently? Particles, fibers? What colors, if any?
So it was a little bit difficult to identify the different types of microplastics, but in my Maumee River water sample, I did find 2 fibers. One was bright red and the other was a blue, so you could definitely tell they were artificial and microplastics.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what other people around the world are finding. Blue and red fibers from clothing we wear, I guess.
And what was the most surprising outcome for you during this project?
I think it was just really surprising to learn about the different effects on the human body. I had no idea of like what these microplastics could do to us before I started researching them. I also found it surprising that while like our drinking water may look clear, there's actually stuff in it and stuff that can potentially harm us.
Yeah, that's great observation, Gracie. Absolutely. We obviously need to be careful, right? And we know that this is the second project that was a family affair today. We saw families come together and Family Plus schools come together. And we're curious to hear how your parents' understanding of microplastics might have evolved during your project. And do you think their behaviors will change as a result of your work?
Yeah, my parents learned right along with me. Our whole family has definitely been a lot more aware of all the single-use plastic that is used in the world around us. We're going to try and cut back on on our plastic usage, so to stop contaminating the environment.
Oh, good on you. That's really great to hear. And you're clearly very aware, and you have made a great video, to be honest. We were considering actually showcasing it because you have so many different ways of communicating.
And noting that you've communicated well, but you've also done a really good research project yourself, come up with some really good findings. You're clearly well set for a career in STEM. What do you think is next for you?
Right now, I'm just focused on finishing up my 8th grade year and then going off to high school, but one day I would love to enter the medical field.
Excellent.
That's a good plan to have, and I really like the focus on local matters, including school. Now is the time to focus and build the foundations for further studies. Congratulations, Gracie. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your parents.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No, we've appreciated having you, and another demonstration of a family fair. One question that we would like to ask, there's a bit of Lego in behind you during the video presentation, little Lego building. What building is that?
I was in the conference room at my school, and that was from the previous year's 8th grade class. It was a Lego of them standing in front of the Capitol, I think, in Washington, D.C., and all the little figures were them.
Maybe you can find a little Lego figure with a flask sampling the water and add that to the. We've got one here.
We've got a little set here, Grace. So we can take inspiration.
We've got one that we made.
The little set.
And yeah, there's little Lego flasks.
So
there's an idea you could add that and see if anyone notices.
And I'll show you this one because this is very relevant, Gracie. Sampling microplastics. There you go. You got a career.
All right, Gracie. Well, thanks to you. Thanks to your parents, and good luck with the rest of your studies, and good luck getting a decent night's sleep before you have to start again tomorrow.
Thank
you so much, Gracie. Have a lovely weekend. Cheers.
Bye.
Now we're going to show you what's happening in Mantova just quickly before we launch the next video. Mantova is going through authorities welcome and thanks. They're talking about what the initiative entails, how many students there are, what topics are being covered, and you can see there's a lot of involvement. We can't hear the audio, it would be in Italian, so very few of us would probably understand, me included, as my Italian is fading every day.
But one thing that's of note is that there's a presence and a participation and a contribution from, firstly, the officials who were on the stage there at the formal launch, but more importantly, arguably, the contribution from many school students and school groups and community groups. And this really is a day and an activity in Mantova where people come from a broad variety of organisations and groups, present and share information on a variety of topics. So yeah, it's a real community effort and something where everyone can walk away learning something new.
And as you can see, it doesn't need to be high tech. This is a great panoramic of what's happening along the banks of the lakes, as you see, and this looks like a 3D example of a glacier and mountains and river system.
And if it's true to life, next year it'll be smaller.
Unfortunately. But we have our next presenter ready. We will show Clara's students movie or video, which is fascinating and has drawn a lot of parallels between water quality and equality. So without further ado, we shall share the screen once again.
Did you think it was all about little fish today? No way. Today we are talking about chemistry, turbidity, and why girls are just as good at measuring nitrates as boys.
Or maybe even better.
Hey, do you see this mud? It's like people saying women understand nothing about STEM. Let's make it clear. Basically, turbidity is just a measure of how cloudy or murky the water is. Turbidity is like driving by night among the fog, but underwater. It's caused by tiny particles like
silt and clay,
dirty washed in by rain,
algae,
tiny green organisms,
organic matter,
basically leaf soap or tiny bits of decomposing stuff.
We measure it with the Secchi disc, which is almost like an equality meter.
Low turbidity or clear water, this is like a fair society. The light can reach the plants at the very bottom just as easily as the ones at the top. Everyone gets the energy they need to grow, regardless of their level.
High turbidity or cloudy water, this is like a system with barriers. The water is full or prejudice or obstacles, so the light only stays at the surface.
The plants at the bottom are left in the dark because the environment is blocking their opportunities.
Chemistry has no gender and fear no pink. These reagents looks like the same for everyone.
Nitrates and phosphates in check equals water okay.
If this stonefly larva can live alongside a caddisfly larva without fighting over who's the better swimmer, then we can definitely make it too.
Monitoring water teaches us that everything is connected.
A clean river is where every organism has its own space, just like in the world of work, at school and at home.
Take care of water. Take care of those besides you.
Happy World Water Day!
Fantastic video. And it ends with a great line, which we will just show you briefly because we cut off it too early there. But here, ban prejudice in the bucket, or as we say here, put it in the bin. That's a great line. So, Clara,
Yeah.
Hello, Clara, who do we have there?
Morning. Good morning, guys. Okay, so we are today for a 2-day actual journey that is based like a road trip with a train. So actually everything took place yesterday with children from the Paolo Costa Primary School attending some activities at the Natalia Ginsburg Library. Actually, they had experiments on water, and they had also lectures and so on. But today we're focusing here at the court, which is a place where a lot of social and community activity take place. And we are having 3 lines of trips. First of all, we have other primary school, which are Sanzio Primary School, that are studying the role of pollinating insects, bees, of course. And then we also have the Guercino School, which is attending an experiment line on lichens and mosses, and they're finding out the importance of soil and the importance of the substrate and the incredible mystery of resilience. And then we have our students from Majorano School that are teaching to new other generations of citizen scientists how to perform water experiments and water evaluation. And actually, they're gonna explain what they're doing. Okay, so these are Carlotta and Eduardo.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. I'm Carlotta. We are students from Biotechnology High School at Re Majorana, and for the first year we were involved in the project called Freshwater Watch. Actually, we were trained by our schoolmates from an higher grade, and we also work with the help of Prof. Di Grazia Francesco from the University of Siena. We analyzed the Savena river water to understand how polluted it is. We measured the percent of phosphate and nitrates, but we also analyzed the microorganisms that to know if they are present or not, and whether those present are pollution resistant or sensitive.
So today we did something fully special as a new recruits of Citizen Science. We literally dived into the water of the river, and we explained to our little recruits of the middle schools and elementary schools how to become citizen scientists. And we explained to them everything about the water research, and we did that to explain to them how much important is their contribute to the world of science, and in a scholastic ambit, and even in a sense of belonging to the community. We try to make the scientific activities as much as fun as we can, and simple, because they were from a middle and elementary school. We try to promote the contribution to the requalification on the green areas, and try to share time and activities independently as the age of the practicants. And we try to even make the science of this project as good as possible with different kinds of ages. And I've gotten very, I don't know how to say, divertido.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed
It was a
myself.
exactly, it was a very pleasant experience because working with different kinds of kids from middle and elementary school, it was a very pleasant thing to do.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's fantastic. So just to explain to everyone, you have had a couple of things running. You have this community event that we have this brochure for, which is commendable. It's about citizen science and peer science and peer supports, where all the students look after younger students and tell them or guide them how to do protocols and stuff. We're going to ask you a couple of questions about the video you submitted, which we found fascinating, and sort of drawing parallels and connections on the other work that you've done on water sampling.
The first question we have is that your project involved the monitoring of ecosystems as well as the preparation of this video. What did you enjoy the most, or what surprised you the most from this experience?
The things that I liked the most was working all together on the river, monitoring the ecosystem by analyzing the water at the chemical levels, but above all was analyze the microorganisms.
Oh, fantastic. And then you talk about chemistry and chemistry kits, and you show in your video that chemistry doesn't fear pink, and that all reagents look the same to everyone. Can you tell us a little bit more about your thoughts on the role of water and STEM disciplines in gender equality?
So we think about that, and water is an incredible substance. It's the union of protons, H plus, and hydroxide ions, OH minus, and in equal molar ratios, and they are balanced, like the society of today, we can say that. and it respects the concept of gender equality, and this is the base of all life forms. It also is we can say that water procurement often falls on solely on women, and in this only in places where the geographic areas economically disadvantaged.
Disadvantaged.
And this water procurement is based only on women, and we try to permit this better procurement with the help of STEM disciplines, and so we can make water more accessible and a more secured source, and to eliminate biases of gender equality.
Oh, fantastic. Love how you spoke about the role of STEM in delivering solutions and reducing inequality.
And we also saw that younger students were involved with the support of older students. What can you tell us about your experience in that situation?
The support of the older students or younger students, whatever you like.
Okay, so I personally like that there was more older students helping us, because they made the lesson less boring. Sorry, less boring, and it was a sense of belonging to that school, so it was pretty fun, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's great. Fun has to be a component of STEM, right? And these kids will remember it forever. We love the comparisons that you have used in this video. We loved the juxtaposition of protocols, hydrology protocols, observations, and your interpretation against the theme. How did you come up with the idea? How did you develop that idea?
So we got little time for the training, so we used IA intelligence to make the images, because I didn't have time to draw them. And we debated about the topics that we wanted to bring today. And in particular, the contraposition of a balanced society and turbidity of the water, that is a really simple concept that it's generated by our society, and it's a concept at the base of ecology. Every organism, in fact, contributes to the balance of the ecosystem, like every individual contributes to the benefit of the society. If the resources are balanced for everyone, the ecosystem is good.
Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better. We thank you so much for your contribution in so many different dimensions at the same time. We thank you for taking time out of your community event today and for preparing such great materials. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you next year.
See you next year or earlier. It was great. So that was from Italy, and we are now flying across the world to another part of the world to bring you a video from Taiwan, from a collaborator that we have had worked with us for many years on microplastics. So we will launch the video first and then have a chat with Neil. Here is the video.
Hello, everyone. My name is Neil. Calling in from Taiwan, I'm deeply honored to be invited by Central to share with you all today at 26 Rivers in Spring. Taiwan is an island nation, and the ocean is in our DNA. But how do we teach the next generation to protect it? Today, I will show you how we turn ocean awareness into real action. From national policies down to our students rolling up their sleeves to tackle microplastics in our rivers. I am currently an earth science teacher and the director of general affairs at Xindian Senior High School. Behind my work at school, I am also one of Taiwan's leading marine educators. And here in the photo, you can see my wonderful students who are participating in the global program this school year. Back in 2001, Taiwan released its Ocean White Paper, and by 2008, marine education became a core topic in our national curriculum. Then in 2010, our school was given the responsibility to lead and promote marine education for all high schools across Taiwan. Building on that 10-year foundation, our school has developed many amazing marine courses, and our teachers have truly deepened their own ocean literacy. Last year, Taiwan introduced a new marine policy, white paper focused on rising ocean literacy nationwide. This directly supports the UN Decade of Ocean Science. Through marine education, our goal is to prepare our youth for future environmental challenges and shape a positive attitude to the sea. This is the marine curriculum framework for our 12-year basic education. From this, we create a special required course at our school called Ocean Guardians that every single student takes. The course covers 4 main areas: sustainable development, green technology, humanities and arts, and sail into the world. At the end of the course, we have our students step up on stage to present their final projects. It's definitely a challenge for them, but building that confidence and communication skill is exactly what we want to train. To really bring this course to life, we even redesigned our learning environments. Since we have over 300 students taking this required course each semester, it's impossible to take everyone outdoors. So we designed to bring the ocean into the school. We built a 360-degree immersive projection space, making the students feel like they are actually diving underwater. But it doesn't stop at the required course. For students who want to dive deeper, we actually provide chance for them to step up of the classroom and learn in the real world. One great example is the Educational Passengers Project, which launched unpowered sailboats into the ocean. We recruited students to actually plan and prepare the boat themselves. They even gathered the postcards from the entire school to put inside the boat, hoping to make a real international connection. For our very first launch, we actually stayed pretty close to the coast. Needless to say, it drifted right back to us in no time. But because of the GPS, a local elementary school principal found it for us. After only 4 days out there, the raw power of the sea had beaten the mini boat up pretty badly. But there was a beautiful silver lining. This gave our high schoolers the perfect opportunity to teach marine education to those local elementary students. Eventually, our students completely repaired the mini boat and set up to take on the ocean once again. Thanks to the experiments from our first attempt, this second voyage went incredibly smoothly. The boat successfully caught the crucial current, and after amazing 130 days at sea, it finally arrived in Japan. They learned how the ocean truly moves, not from paper, but from the ocean itself. Later on, we took our students to participate in the Youth Marine Litter Forum hosted by the National Museum of Marine Science and Technology. This was our first time conducting microplastic surveys, and we truly felt the complexity and the challenge involved. Fortunately, after meeting the MMPT team in 2022, I was able to guide my students in adopting a simplified survey approach. In 2024, our group students sampled microplastics in the nearby Xingdian River and presented their work at multiple forums. Similarly, in 2025, another group of global students used this method to study their local streams, presenting at both the Global Asia Pacific Online Wetland Forum and the 2026 VSS. Years of promoting marine education have shown me that to impact students, we must empower teachers first, just like the MMPT team does by hosting their workshops. That's why, in recent years, whenever I get the chance, I travel all over Taiwan to give lectures. I share my own teaching experiments and promote the MMPT team's microplastic survey method. Just like the rivers flow into the ocean, I believe our local actions here in Taiwan can connect with your global efforts. Let's continue to empower our next generation to be true water guardians. Thank you all for listening, and thank you once again for having me. Have a great time at the river in spring.
We are going to present.
Thank you, Neil. That was a fantastic video. We are happy to have you live today as well as in a recorded video. How are you, Neil?
Hi, ciao, and ciao, ladies, and ciao, Stu.
Ciao, Neil, and we love the Galileo Galilei Lego you have.
Yeah,
We're very
Lego
envious.
fan, right?
I think we understand each other.
Yeah.
And Neil, you've been on this journey of yours for 10 years now or more. Ensuring marine education is a key component of the school curriculum there in Taiwan. What has surprised you the most in this experience?
Okay. Recently, I have heard some teachers say they that my past lectures inspire them to join marine education. Also, some of my students are now working in marine conservation. This is very encouraging. So it shows me that the true impact of education takes time to appear, I think.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and certainly you have persevered at this, and you have put years and years of efforts in it, and you're talking about feedback from your students about the education they received from you. But what about their own educational journey when they engaged with their more junior school students, especially the ones that found the boat? What did they tell you about that?
Okay. When students switch from being a learner
to the teacher, their motivation and performance complete change. It's like they become totally different people, and this actually feel a deep impression on them, and they felt a great sense of achievement from teaching others. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
That's really in line with what Clara and her students were talking about when the students were teaching younger people. But I like boats and I like being on the ocean. How did your team come up with the concept to use a boat, and what benefits have your students derived from using a boat? For example, practical or applied maths versus rote learning and so on.
Yeah, actually, the project is from the Professor Jack and Professor Ray. They are from the National Taiwan Ocean University. They brought this project to Taiwan, and we are very lucky. We become the first school to run it, and since it was our first time, we faced many challenges at the beginning, but solving these problems together help both teachers and the students learn and grow. After the mini boat set sail, the student checked its location every day, which really helped them understand ocean current much better, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. And I'm going to ask you a question that probably has an impossible answer. But how many students and teachers' lives do you think you have touched and changed with your efforts?
Oh, yeah. Over the past 10 years, I have hosted thousands of lectures and activities, and I think reaching hundreds of teachers and their students. Yeah.
That's and their families and their communities, Neil, I'm sure.
And I asked this question because many years ago I was at the beach and my brother lost my little toy plastic boat in the big waves at the beach. So this question is personal. Have you got your boat back from Japan yet?
Oh, unfortunately, not yet. The boat lost last signal disappeared in Ichinomiya town, Chiba, Japan. And so we don't have any news from the boat. But the professor Tsuyoshi Sasaki from the Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology even went there to help us look for it.
Wow.
Yeah, but
no luck.
No, yes, still no the response. But who knows? Maybe one day I will get the email from the person who found it. Yeah.
Well, we will keep looking. We will help you look for your boat. If it comes here, we'll give it back to you. But if you find my boat, it's this big, it's white, it's blue. If you find my boat, I would like it back too.
Okay, white and blue.
White and blue.
Okay. How long the boat?
This big.
Just this big. Just this big. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. If I go to the coast, I will pay attention to look at the boat.
Hey, that's scientific collaboration right there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Neil. It's always a pleasure to chat with you, and congratulations on such a far-ranging and far-reaching set of initiatives.
Grazie.
Thanks.
Ciao.
Ciao.
That was fantastic. We heard from Neil, who is connected from Taiwan. Neil is one of the early adopters of the microplastics monitoring protocol, and we have worked very constructively with Neil over the years. Now, we might move to see what's happening in Mantova for a moment, and we'll then see the next video. So this this is a tank. It looks like maybe a tank.
Qual è l'importanza di studiare questa tipologia di effetti?
Allora, è un puro esperimento fisico perché Arco Lombardia si occupa di diverse matrici. Una di queste matrici sono appunto l'acustica, gli esenti fisici e diciamo abbiamo cercato di collegare all'acqua anche il rumore. Per cui questo esperimento ha semplicemente...
We're gonna mute Mantova, it's a little bit loud and it's in Italian anyway, so we're just gonna go with the video feed. They're talking about different matrices and water, how water might move in different settings. We're not sure what the video shows, but I think it's wave movement on the screen.
And then as well, while we're looking at this video, what we can see is a number of the stalls which are there and how there's groups of students congregating around the stalls, some of which are very high tech and others which are presented by the students using a degree of general school-based materials, or also in this case, that we can see here, some interactive physical activities.
And we are lucky now to have our next set of speakers from Spain. We're going to show their videos first. So we're going to play the video from Spain first and then have a chat with Manuela and students. All right, here comes the video. Apologies, we're trying to share the screen and the screen number is moving around. This is the beauty of live events.
Hello, we are going to present our project about microplastics in rivers. These are pictures in the rivers study. Our main objectives are classify the type of microplastic present on the surface of 2 rivers in our province. Our hypotheses or research questions, especially what type of microplastics are present and what are their likely sources. About our methodology, we collect samples in 4 zones. We do the filtration process, label membranes, study under microscope, using guides, and introduce the data in an Excel. We study the results and classify in 3 main types: cellulose textile fibers, man-made textile fibers, and plastic pieces. We study the result using graphs in River Francia and in River Batuecas, and when comparing rivers reach, the graph show the distribution of analyzed objects. In the Francia River, significantly more objects were found near the river mouth than in upper reach. In contrast, in Batuecas River, the pattern was slightly reversed, which was unexpected. Using the mean number of objects per membrane at each side, we estimated the concentration per cubic meter. Finally, our conclusions: we found more microplastic than expected. The main sources of contamination appear to be domestic activities and the release of waste into the environment. And after completing this study, we conclude that to understand the consequences of plastisphere, it is first necessary to study it in greater depth. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic video about the plastisphere. And we have students from Spain, Manuela, Blanca, and Vega. How are you today?
Hello. Hello.
Great to see you.
We are fine.
Okay, we have some questions for you, and we'll start with this one. Your research hypotheses number 1 and 2 that you formulated were confirmed, but the high concentration of microplastics you found in the Francia and Batuecas rivers surprised you. Are there any research institutions in your city or nearby that have undertaken microplastic surveys in these 2 rivers? And have you contacted them or had any opportunity to read their reports? Would you like to contact them to share your data?
As far as we know, there are no research institutions that have specifically studied microplastics in these small rivers. However, we have collaborated with a local NGO that analyzes other variables related to water qualities as part of a national project supported by the Spanish government. The aim of this project is to protect a national flower reserves. We have shared our results within this project. Also, it could also be interesting to contact other research institutions in the future to compare data and improve our study.
Oh, fantastic. And it's great that you have contacted the local authorities. You know, you're making them a gift. You're gifting them data that they cannot collect. So you're really being, pioneers in your area. It's common in testing for microplastics. Now, you talk about the increase in microplastics concentration from upstream to downstream, especially in the Frontier River, to domestic activities. Does that mean you have excluded other sources like sewage treatment plants, industry, agriculture?
We don't exclude other possible sources. However, after analyzing the economic activities around these rivers, we found out that the main activities in this area are tourism and small-scale farming. There are no sewage treatment plants or significant industries that can cause this contamination. In addition, our results mainly show the presence of textile fibers. We suggest that the most likely source of microplastics is related to domestic activities or agricultural practices.
Wow, yeah, that's good observations. I think that's a defendable thesis.
And now that you have original data, which nobody other than you has, which you've undertaken through this research, do you plan to launch an awareness campaign that might help students in your school, other schools, or people in the community?
We would like to organize a cleanup day to collect plastics and other waste from the riverbanks. At the moment, we have already participated in several events where we present our projects to other schools and scientists in our city. We have also taken part in a national radio program and shared work on social media to raise awareness.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's more than me and my colleagues do in universities, so we need to take example. You talk about the plastisphere, and the plastisphere is the set of microorganisms that colonize nano, micro, macro, or plastics, right? Are you able in your laboratory to identify even some of the microorganisms in the plastisphere?
We believe that our school laboratory doesn't have the necessary equipment to accurately identify these microorganisms present in the plastisphere. However, while observing the filter membranes under the microscope, we try to classify other microorganisms. For example, we managed to capture an image of a cellulose textile fiber attached to the leg of an arthropod.
Oh, wow. So really the interaction between life and microplastics. And Manuela, we have a question for you, if that's okay. What has most surprised you in this project with such, excellent students?
Yes, they love the project, and the most important surprise was the amount of pieces that we find in different rivers. At the beginning of the project was a little difficult to classify the microplastics or fibers, but at the end we watched fibers and microplastics everywhere.
Oh dear.
Some of my students asked me, are there microplastics in clouds? Could be.
Are you going to test clouds?
No, at the moment, but if there are in the clouds, maybe the rain with the water can fall down microplastics in rivers.
That's an excellent research project for you too, Blanca and Vega, to think about.
Maybe next year we can hear about the cloud research as well. And one final question for Blanca and Vega. Did you have fun learning about microplastics?
yes, we have a lot of fun because we are very curious students, and we were very surprised to find that much microplastic in the water of these rivers.
Thank you so much for your time today. Congratulations on a fantastic piece of work and for working with your community to make them more aware.
And thanks also to Manuela, a great teacher, and some great students, a great team.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for connecting today.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
And that's from Spain. And from Spain, we go to Slovakia. We will show the video of students from Andre, who has run a particular project and has sourced a lot of funding for these students so that they could do their work. Andre, we're going to show the video first and then we'll come to you. How does that sound? Okay, fantastic.
It sounds perfect.
Awesome. So here we go.
V piatok 21. marca sa na prvej základnej škole uskutočnilo úvodné školenie pre mladé vedecké tímy zapojené do projektu Lovci mikroplastov. Tento projekt občianskej vedy, zameraný na skúmanie mikroplastov v povrchových vodách, je určený pre základné školy a je financovaný z projektu ProBlue. Okrem senických žiakov sa do projektu zapojila aj Česká škola z Lužíc.
My ako žiaci sa snažíme zistiť, alebo teda hľadáme mikroplasty, ktoré sú vlastne mini čiastočky, ktoré vlastne voľným okom nevidíme a nachádzajú sa vlastne v riekach, v usadeninách na dne. A našou úlohou, alebo teda našim cieľom je, aby sme tie vzorky odobrali asi do dvojdecových pohárov zavaraninových a následne ich prefiltrovali cez banky, ktoré to prefiltrujú a zachytia na filtračnom papieri všetky nečistoty, ktoré v tej vode boli. Preto musí byť tá voda rozvírená. No a následne potom to skúmame pod mikroskopom a myslím, že z talianskej školy nám poslali kvázi takého sprievodcu, ako hľadať tie mikroplasty a pán Šo to preložil aj z Kalifornie, aj z Austrálie a z tej Kalifornie teda z angličtiny nám to preložil a my podľa toho vlastne hľadáme mikroplasty. Mikroplasty sú viaceré farby. My sme našli modrú farbu a vlastne hľadáme to preto, lebo sú to teda malé čiastočné plasty a počul som aj o tom, že potom hľadajú výrobcov tých plastových a hľadajú spôsob, ako zabrániť tomu, aby sa tie plastové dostávali zase do vody. Ja konkrétne som dneska odoberal ráno z teplice, z tečúcej vody. Ja som nabral takú priehľadnú vodu, ale samozrejme tým voľným okom som to ako moc nezbystril, že či tam niečo bolo. Ďalej som počul o tom, že odoberali z Kunovskej priehrady a tá bola akože trošku kalnejšia a vlastne bolo tam viac tých úsadenín, ktoré sa vlastne rozvírili a následne sa prefiltrovali. Ešte viem aj o Chvojnici, sa mi zdá, že niekto bral.
Súčasťou projektu bola aj súťaž vo viazaní uzlov, ktorá bola organizovaná v rovnaký deň na 3. základnej škole.
Projekt sme poňali multidisciplinárne, čiže okrem toho, že reálne robíme občiansku vedu a pozorujeme mikroplasty vo vodách, tak máme aj akciu čistenie brehov, čo je každoročná, nerobíme nič navyše. Zajtra v Borskom Mikuláši budeme čistiť pieskovňu, aj s pánom starostom tam spolupracujeme už 3. rok. Následne dneska večer máme turnaj medzi hasičmi a záchranármi a skautmi vo viazaní námorných uzlov. Čiže existuje svetová výzva, volá sa Six Knot Challenge, výzva 6 uzlov, má už asi 100 rokov. Svetový rekord je 8,1 sekundy uviazania týchto 6 uzlov. My to dávame tak od pol minúty dlhšie, ale každopádne hasičský tím, 2 skautské týmy a 1 tím mladých záchranárov si to prvý raz skúsia a tí, čo sa naučia týchto 6 uzlov viazať, tak dostanú aj nášivku, že splnili výzvu svetovú.
Účastníci projektu vyzbierali v Borskom Mikuláši 10 plných vriec odpadu, prevažne plastového, kovového a skleneného. Mladí ochrancovia prírody si týmto spôsobom uctili Svetový deň vody a zároveň otvorili novú vodácku a turistickú sezónu 2025.
And it's great to have Andre and team there. We should have Jakub, Sienna, Sofia, Natalie, and Dominic with you. Andre?
Yeah.
Great to have
Sophia
you.
Express.
Hi, I'm Sofia, and these are my team. College, Nati, Jacob, Dominic, and Sienna.
And I'm the teacher. Yeah.
And you're the teacher.
We were one small part of an international team from 10 school and 3 scout teams from Slovakia and Slovenia and Czech Republic, which joined Micro Hunters project with more school still joining.
That's fantastic.
Okay, we have some notes so that we know what to say.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Andre. And yes, we have some questions for you, but if you'd like to say something first.
Yeah, please do ask.
Okay, the first question for your team. We can see that you have merged, you've brought together initiatives with your project, including Scout type initiatives and activities, cleaning up and microplastics monitoring in surface waters. Can you tell us a bit more about this project?
I think our advantage is that our team is mixed scouts and students. Yeah. I'm a teacher and also a senior Sea Scout manager of local group. And in this project, we took samples of surface waters, filtered it, we checked for presence of microplastics and consulted our findings with our international support team. Thank you very much from Italy, Sandra, Sandro, and all the others who helped us. Even we liked the moment when we uploaded data and we found your comments there. So that's it. Dominic is next, but we wait for Dominic has got something more to say.
Something more to say, please, Dominic.
Hi, my name is Dominic. As you see my Sea Scout uniform, I'm a Sea Scout and also a student of this school. We as Sea Scouts helped organize a Not Time challenge with substituted natural just rope. We also organized an international Micro Hunters camp in Slovenia with our beloved friends from Ankara and Bohni, Slovenia, and from Lužice in Czech Republic.
Well, congratulations. That's fantastic work, working across nations, really important. And maybe you can tell us a bit more, because you are engaging with younger students and as you said, across nations. How was this experience?
The video show how we teach other students team, show them to use filtration unit and also how to recognize various kinds of microplastics.
Yeah, and I'm just adding that our teams in Syniza are still active. We have 6 schools who joined. Unfortunately, the others couldn't join us today. But for example, later today, we are meeting with the teachers from those schools, uploading new data. And on Monday, part of this team is going to a different town in Slovakia to teach other schools how to filter and recognize microplastics.
Research never finishes. That's the key.
And what has the impact of this project been on the students, on yourself, and on your families?
In our school, we must follow quite strict and demanding curriculum. So only in our free time we can do projects like this. On the other hand, some of us were able to gain success in national competitions, and our parents see the importance of these projects and support us and sometimes even join in.
Oh, fantastic.
Also Jakub's sister, every project which we do has the fruit of being able to present it on competitions. Yep. Jakub's sister, for example, represented Slovakia in the US last year.
Oh, congratulations, and congratulations on success in international competitions. You're bringing perspectives that others cannot bring, and data that only you have about your waters. I was wondering what has surprised you most during this experience.
Our Sea Scout team joined recently after we found out that a piece of blue synthetic rope was found in our river dam, where we go sailing and where we use exactly the same kind of blue synthetic rope.
And that was the reason why we organized the knot tying competition with jute rope for a substitute, so that we show that we care.
And so you have changed your practice as
Yeah,
scouts.
I
That's
did.
amazing. Observing, right? Observing is a skill. So congratulations to you and your scout group for noticing this piece of blue rope that maybe shouldn't have been there. Well done.
And what for all of you, what's next?
Yeah, that's supposedly for me to say. We are really keen on microplastics hunting, still on. Each year we organize several side events to the topic which is chosen. Last year it was microplastics, so we organized art competition and also micro gay book challenge. This year the topic changes towards insect, and with we stay to with microplastics. Especially, we'll observe microplastics in honey. So that's
honey.
already going on. Yeah, we have a beehive on our school grounds, so it's been tested already. And
Wow.
yeah, unfortunately, we found.
Oh, I was going to ask, are you sure you want to know?
Yeah, we also have another project running. We have it here. It's a mealworm farm, and it's about edible insects and also their ability to digest polyethylene, or possibly also produce microplastics when digesting it. So there's a student team which now lets the worms to grow, and then there will be an experiment with it.
Wow, that's
Fantastic.
university level work, guys.
Yeah.
That is amazing. You're getting an experience that very few can get. Congratulations to you all. And it's always a pleasure. Andre, you're very modest that you have obtained a lot of funding to support this project to continue. And, really, really well done to you and your students. It's great to see them committed. And so we'll see them all at university and working and doing PhDs in our unis.
And a really great idea to bring together the school and the Sea Scouts. This is fantastic collaboration.
Thank you all. It was nice to see you, and we hope to join next year as well.
Thank you. See you guys.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're ready for the next video that we will get going from Croatia. So we're not going very far this time, but we have the students from Croatia ready to join. We'll show you a video first, and then we'll have a chat with you all. Thank you so much, guys. Hello, Anita. How are you? Good to see you and your students. We cannot hear you. This happens in live events. This is absolutely normal and demonstrates this is a live event. No, we do not hear you. Might need to change microphone, maybe?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you so much.
Here we are.
Great to see you again, Anita. You're a great partner.
Thank you. This is my students.
These are the stars, aren't they?
Yes.
Anita, we have a few questions for your students and yourself as well. But we'll ask your students first.
Okay, welcome everybody. And who had the idea to do this research?
So in science and biology classes, we learn about environmental pollution problems. So we decided to investigate the problem of ocean acidification. The growing use of non-renewable energy sources leads to increasing pollution of soil, water, and air. The combustion of fossil fuels produces gases that contribute to the greenhouse effect and acid rain, like carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and others. There is an increasing amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, which dissolves in waters and oceans.
Wow, that's an excellent point, actually. That is great context. And I have to say, you really have paid attention to a lot of phenomena and came up with acidification as one that is related to other human activities. So well done. And you showed some sampling stations. We are curious to know what criteria you used to select the sampling stations.
We decided to analyze different sea samples at different locations in the city of Zadar, in bays and areas exposed to the open ocean. All of the locations are near our school, so we were able to regularly take and analyze the sea samples. And in the Foča Bay, there was the largest amount of boats, so we thought that the air pollution would be the largest there.
Right, and was that true? Yeah, it correlated. Amazing.
And with the sampling stations, how do they differ? How do the stations differ from each other?
We were interested in whether there would be different changes in temperature and acidity of the ocean in different locations over 10 years, and if there are changes in the chemical composition of water and sea. An increase in air temperature warms the soil and water, which causes climate change.
Oh, fantastic. Again, another example, university level research at school level. And were you surprised of these results?
The results of our measurements during the last 10 years increase, and we assume that those results are even larger in relation to those 20 or even 30 years ago. The goal of our project was to raise awareness to climate change and sea acidification. So we carried out experiments in which we soaked the shells of an egg and a piece of chalk in acetic acid. And those results were compared to the effect of acetic acid on the shell of seashells, snails, and even a sea urchin. Acetic acid caused the egg to soften and crack. And after 24 hours, the shell of the seashell also softened. And after a week, we noticed that some parts of the shell even disappeared.
Wow, that's quite stark set of examples. And what you have done is accelerate the process, the natural process that you would see with acidification. You sped it up a little because you don't want to wait 20 years, right?
Now, we have another question and maybe a bit of a suggestion for your next research. If you wanted to test the effect of sea acidity on 3 different materials, you could place these 3 materials in 3 different stations at a given depth, leave them for a long period of time, and then periodically record temperature and pH, and also observe their changes in shape and mass. What do you think about that?
We agree with your suggestion. It would be very interesting to follow the results of the experiment. Using our experiment, we imitated the process of sea acidification. We concluded that sea acidification causes changes in marine organisms, which leads to a negative impact on their survival in the sea. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to present our project.
Oh, congratulations. Really well done to you all. And maybe you could set up some seashells now and come back when you're all science teachers and measure them with your students. It will take 10 years or something like that. Anita, how was the experience with your students? Do you have a comment to share?
They are very interesting about biology and climate change, and they want to learn biology and marine organisms and
Fantastic.
the impact of anything in the air, in water, and other else.
And you know, what we've seen today is that teachers, great teachers like yourself, make such a difference to students' enjoyment and learning outcomes. And we wish you all the best and congratulate you as a phenomenal teacher who has been on the journey for a long time and has been a great contributor with awesome questions, really difficult questions for us as scientists. Even you have great students. Thank you so much for participating. Keep going. There's a lot to learn there.
Thank you, and it's our pleasure. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. And we are not going very far now. We're going to Udine in Italy. We have 4 students lined up, I think, already, but we're going to show their video first. It's about the detection of microplastics. We hear a lot about microplastics today. It is one type of emerging pollutants that is recognized as being of concern. So we're gonna play the video, enjoy the video while the students prepare for a chat with us.
Bueno.
And we're connected to Udine. Ciao, guys. Hi, guys. How are you?
Hello.
Thank you for your video. That was really interesting. It had a lot of deep observations about what you found, but also some mistakes that you realized were being made in the process, as well as reflections on the progress in women in STEM. We have a few questions for you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The first question we have is, your research question was, what types and in what concentrations are microplastics present in the canal investigated? This was followed by a hypothesis: increased rainfall increases the concentration of microplastics in the canal. What arguments were this hypothesis based on?
So based on our analysis, we saw that a higher precipitation can and should increase surface runoff and accumulate microplastics in the canal. This is also because of the sampling site, which is located in the center of Udine. In fact, this area is directly influenced by drainage systems and dense traffic. From what we saw, we can deduce that urban stormwater runoff is a major pathway, especially in areas like ours, with impermeable surfaces. Rainfall moves all sort of microplastics from roads to soils. In conclusion, our hypothesis was grounded on expected trends, role of urban runoff, and the characteristics of our sampling site.
Excellent points. Your hypothesis was somewhat disproved. How do you consider that? Do you consider it a failure or just a result of your research that then makes you do more research?
Honestly, I would call it a good result, because even if our original hypothesis was proven wrong, at least the experiment made us know it. We also have to consider to say that the data we have collected wasn't the amount we truly needed for an experiment like this. But still, the data we gathered gave us a general vision about how things truly are. It's important to stress that what we get, it's still a result, regardless of the outcome, because the point of an experiment isn't necessarily to verify an hypothesis, but to gather informations and clues about how things work. In this case, how rain affects the percentage of water in the canal.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we tell our students every time, every data point is a useful data point, even if it tells you something that you don't expect.
And did you expect to find the concentration and distribution of microplastics that you did?
Well, it's common knowledge that microplastics are a huge problem and they are present in every environment. However, a higher concentration of plastic fibers was expected as the sampling site is located in an urban and polluted area where plastic objects could be found along the canal. Furthermore, the data obtained with the sampling showed a surprisingly relevant percentage of animal and cellulose fibers, despite the fact that we were convinced that their contribution would be lower with a higher amount of microplastics.
Yeah, thank you. And that is in line with what other schools are observing at this time all over the world. There's a lot of cellulose fibers in the air and in the water. Now, you mentioned collecting a lot of information and images. Have you considered using this information to raise awareness with your classmates in other classes or schools or the public?
No, because we only collected the data, and due to current project scope, we haven't been able to give the data the detailed attention it requires. It would also be better to have the data from multiple years to determine whether our findings are reliable, but since this is the school's first year participating in the project, this wasn't possible. In the future, in addition to ensuring the continuity of this fantastic project, it would also be a priority to share the data with external entities or classes.
Okay, thank you. And one other question, did you have fun when you were doing this project?
Well, I think it was very fun also because we were doing this experiment and we were feeling like little scientists, and personally I enjoyed much. I don't know for my classmates or the other classes, but I think that's a good experience to try and experiment and use microscopes for helping also others, because the research on microplastics is fundamental for a plastic-free future.
Excellent answer. I'm really glad you enjoyed being a little scientist. You probably will be.
In conclusion, we are delighted to have taken part in the International Microplastic Monitoring Campaign and would like to thank Globe for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Daniela, and congratulations to yourself. Great teachers involve students, and great students come with great teachers. It's great to see that they owned the research that they have conducted, and that you really can understand that they lived it, it's theirs, and the data is data that no one else has. So pioneers again.
Well, thank you everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed today's event, and good luck for the rest of World Water Day.
And congratulations again. Bye-bye. And that was a connection from Udine. We are going not very far. We now have a connection from Croatia, another student that we know very well. Hello guys. We're just going to show you a video first, and then we'll have a chat with you. And we welcome Zrinka and students. How are you today?
Hi.
Yeah, joining us from Croatia.
Yes.
and you've studied something very far from Croatia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, after this research, after you've studied this, do you feel closer and more in solidarity with the African populations that you investigated? And if yes, why? And if not, why not?
Yes, we feel a sense of closeness because we deeply value the rich cultural diversity and history found across African communities. There's a strong sense of identity, tradition, and pride that we find meaningful and inspiring also. We also appreciate the importance of community, storytelling, and shared human connection that are deeply rooted in many African societies. These values highlight universal human experience and create a sense of understanding and respect that brings people closer together.
Excellent points. And you talk about very important concepts like communication within the community and sharing and belonging, sense of belonging. Talking about climate change, there are more and more disease-carrying insects, like you have shown, and alien animal species that are finding a habitat in Europe. Has there been evidence of that in your city?
Yes, in Zadar, the presence of the Asian tiger mosquito is a clear sign of significant climate changes, as the invasive species how thrives in our increasingly warm Mediterranean environment. So local marine life is also changing, with fishermen reporting more frequent scientific of tropical fish species that we were once rare in Adriatic Sea. Furthermore, many of our city's iconic palm trees have been destroyed by the red palm weevil, and the piece that has been benefited scientifically from milder winters. These environmental shifts severe as direct evidence that climate change inactive, thriving in the biodiversity of health in our city.
Wow, that's a lot of damage, isn't it, due to climate change? That's fascinating and scary.
Also in this video, you have said that access to water is a right. What do you think developed countries could do to ensure African people can also enjoy this right?
We think that developed countries should help by building wells and clean water systems. They can also give money and educate people how to take care of the water so everyone can use it.
That's an excellent point. And what challenges do you think must be overcome to achieve this goal?
So we think as a challenge we can emphasize climate change, which causes drought in many parts of Africa, the drying up of rivers and reduction of underground water. These are challenges that we cannot act right now, but it's a challenge and a long-term planning process in order to reduce damage to the environment. We can also include river pollution under this challenge. For example, the Niger River, which is among the most polluted rivers. Under other challenges which are also very challenging, we can mention the lack of infrastructure, the poverty of those countries, political instability, and conflicts, corruption.
That's quite a handful of challenges to be overcome, but it sounds like you have broken them down and you have a nicer sequence and you have a plan, which is good to see.
And one thing we observed, many figures have the AI symbol, that they were created using artificial intelligence. Did you create them yourself or did you find them online?
So right now we're learning about Africa's geography class, and we were learning about the problems in the Africa that Africa faces. We've done presentation together, and we hope we offer some solutions, and hopefully if we all work together, we can make it happen. And artificial intelligence is just here to help us and guide us.
That's excellent, because it would have taken me many months to design any of those drawings and great slides you have put together. So you're using artificial intelligence for good, It's one of the best examples we've seen. So congratulations. I was wondering
Thank
if
you.
your I was wondering if your teacher is just there to say hello.
Yes. Hi.
Ulrika, ciao. Nice to see you again. We wanted to hear your thoughts on this particular experience that you have shown us today.
So this video is part of a geography, how my student says. We learn about all continents. So this was the perfect time for this World Water Day, and we are happy that we can share what they learn now in elementary school. And I'm very happy that they found, give some solution for big problems in other countries. So I'm very happy that they succeed. I think they are succeed with this project, and IE is very helpful for them because they make presentation and they give to our AI presentation, and AI give them that poster. And I'm very happy that because they did it alone, but after they just use a little bit AI for a little help to show what they thought about something.
Yeah,
So-
you're giving a perfect example of ethical use of artificial intelligence. In schools, this is something you guys will use every day when you are working like we are today and like your teacher is doing. And did you guys enjoy this process and this project?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, you have a
Yeah.
great teacher, so that's a great starting point to enjoy a class, and you will not forget this, I think.
And they will get exam mark for this, and they are very happy because of them.
I'm sure you got an excellent mark for this work. It's fantastic. And thank you for sharing it with the rest of the world. Literally, we're going around the world today. So thank you so much. Congratulations. And Zrinka, we'll see you again, we're sure. As always, super well done.
Thank you, everybody.
Ciao. All right. And from here, we have another video in Italy, from Italy. We will share it in a second, and then we should have the students from that school join us immediately after the video. I will put a spotlight on them so they can say hello.
Hello,
And then hello everybody. We will share the video now, and then we will have a brief chat with you.
Noi studiamo gestione delle acque e risanamento ambientale. We study protection of water and environment. Uno degli argomenti del nostro percorso di studi è la correlazione tra acqua e terra. Nel lavoro che vi presenteremo stabiliremo come sia stretta la correlazione con la poca acqua a disposizione, perché ormai uno dei fenomeni che più incide sulla produzione agricola è quello della siccità. C'è meno disponibilità di acqua purtroppo, dovuta anche al riscaldamento globale, e meno precipitazioni in un lasso di tempo esteso. One of the phenomena that most affects agriculture production is that throughout the decrease in the availability of water in a given period in a particular area. It is therefore not to be confused with the aridity, which is only linked to the frequency and intensity of rainfall. Qui siamo noi che preleviamo campioni di terreno in una zona adiacente alla scuola per valutarne la qualità e capire se i semi di fagiolo che andremo a piantare sono adatti per questo tipo di terreno dopo averne effettuato le analisi. We are here to select a little piece of soil, then we make analysis in our labs of school, and then we put the beer. Qui abbiamo effettuato la misurazione del pH del terreno, abbiamo visto che è leggermente neutro, un pH leggermente superiore a 7. We put the soil and the pH is a little bit up 7, a little bit neutral. Un altro esempio di campionamento del terreno fatto anche in periodi diversi, in periodi distanti anche 2 settimane, e la misurazione del terreno ha dato sempre gli stessi risultati. Dopodiché abbiamo posto il terreno prelevato in piccoli pirottini dove metteremo i semi di fagiolo e ne osserveremo la crescita. And then we put the soil in a little box and we put here the beer to observe the growing. We are here with our hands. Noi siamo qui con le nostre mani e con i semi di fagiolo che stiamo lì per piantare. E perché abbiamo scelto il fagiolo? Ci siamo ispirati alla favola di Jack e il fagiolo magico, che celebra l'astuzia, il coraggio e la capacità di rischiare per superare la povertà, ma superare anche i nostri limiti, simboleggiando quindi il passaggio all'età adulta. The fairy tale of Jack and the Beanstalk celebrates cunning, courage, and the ability to take risks to overcome poverty. The little plant is growing. Osserviamo dopo una settimana la crescita. Queste piante sono nelle nostre classi. These plants are in our classroom. After 2 weeks, dopo 2 settimane, anche con poca acqua a disposizione, un altro esempio visto da vicino, another example. Dopodiché dal pirottino è stato travasato. After we put the plant in a box bigger than before, we reused the water, abbiamo riutilizzato l'acqua. We put another piece of soil, abbiamo messo un altro pezzo di terreno per aiutare e facilitare così la crescita della pianta. E siamo sempre noi che mettiamo le nostre mani nel terreno. We are here to put our hands in the soil. Another example. And then here the plant. We also want to demonstrate that the plant grows with us, and if the condition is optimal, the plant grows well, like us. Noi vogliamo anche dimostrare che la pianta cresce bene se le condizioni intorno sono buone, esattamente come lo sono per noi quando le condizioni intorno favoriscono la nostra crescita. Grazie a tutti e buona giornata dell'acqua. Thanks everybody and enjoy this water day.
Hey guys, so much for your video. It was fantastic. And
Thanks.
what would you say, Stu?
Well, firstly, what we can say is you are much better gardeners than we are. Your plants grow much more quickly than ours. Now, we have some questions here. And what can you tell us about the soil that you used for this project?
The soil my area asking to respond. It has the following characteristics: 40% clay for its porous characteristics, 30% loam, and 30% sand, and for this ability to retain water.
Very interesting that you measured the percentages. So really really intriguing, and we would really like the recipe because we need to do better. But your video shows us some interesting operations. What can you tell us about the hypothesis behind your work?
To establish which cultivation was most suitable based on the chemical physical properties of the soil.
Sorry, can you repeat that a bit closer to the microphone?
To establish what cultivation was most suitable based on the chemical physical properties of the soil.
Yep, fair enough.
Excellent. With this experiment, can you estimate the amount of water that you have saved through your experiment?
You were saving on a liter, and was 300 ml, and was used again.
It was used again. That's really important, right? That's one way to use less water. Maybe we'll take a note of that, and we should do the same, because I don't think we are doing that. What impact do you think different soils have on water consumption in an agricultural setting?
So basically, it depends on the composition of the soil. Sandy has a draining effect. Sandy retains a mixture in the middle ground.
That's interesting. What soil do we have?
Yeah, it is very interesting to us because where we live, we have very sandy soil, and when the water comes, when it rains, all of the water goes into the ground, and our plants, there's not many nutrients, and so they do not grow very well.
But then when we go digging, we find some clay under that soil. So we have stratifications of soils. Maybe we need to look at mixing it up a little. What do you think?
The soil we took is near the school, and there are 3 types of the soil. Next experiment we want to change, and we use maybe another stratification to plant another type of plants. So we will change this stratification. It is growing not better as we expect.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah?
So, yeah.
What did you expect?
It too grows well and not as bad like this.
Why do you think it's not growing as well as you think? As well as you expect?
The plants are in the classroom. The air is no good. The students don't put the water every day in the plants. So we will study another experiment. Maybe serra idroponica.
Hydroponics. Yeah.
Esatto, with the hydroponics. Next year, maybe, I hope we will show you the new serra.
Yeah, I think you will find the next video about hydroponics, the video that follows. Interesting. And you're right. When maybe your work will develop a student-proof growing condition that works for schools that have students and classrooms with plants.
Esatto, sì. They are at the first year to the fourth. They will grow with the plants. I hope they will grow better like plants.
I'm sure, like real gardeners with practice, they will improve.
Well, thank you, Anna Maria, and thank you to your students. We really enjoyed the video, and thank you for answering the questions.
And did you enjoy getting your hands dirty?
Yes, we enjoyed that. And that was easy for us.
It was fun.
And fun.
It was fun? Yeah?
Yes, because for us, it was so easy because we love water management.
water management is really important, and you are the ones that will look after the planet. We're not looking after the planet so well. It will come down to you looking after the water. Thank you so much, Anna Maria. Great work.
Thank you to you.
It's amazing to see how great teachers inspire students and how students support teachers in continuing this experiment in education. Well done.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
And now we are moving again not very far because we are going to another place in Italy, and we have students from ESS Salvemini from Alessano, which we will put in a spotlight. They can turn their camera on and we will see them shortly. There we go. We can wave hello and we will play your video now, and then we can have a chat together.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to our school hydroponic greenhouse. For us, it is a very technological laboratory where we can prepare for the future. In fact, here plants do not grow with tools and pesticides, but live in an ecological sustainable system. Thanks to fertilization, they receive only the necessary nutrients, and with the recirculation of water waste is reduced by up to 90% compared to traditional crops.
Today, however, we want to talk about a fact that often goes unnoticed. Soilless crops can become a fundamental tool for gender equality.
Tell us better, Martina, why should sensor pipes help women's rights?
Sonia, think about this. According to the FAO, women represented 43% of the agricultural workforce in developing countries. But due to legal and physical barriers, they have 20% less access to land ownership than men.
Hydroponics breaks this pattern. There is no need to own hectares of land or have brute physical strength to plow. Here the work is managerial and technological. Think that in urban hydroponic agriculture projects in Africa and Latin America, female participation has been increased by 50% because it allows the production to be managed in small spaces, even close to home.
Providing hydroponic technology to women could increase the total agricultural production of this country by reducing the number of people suffering from hunger.
And also, here at school, the greenhouse is our gym for STEM careers. Managing plant growth parameters teaches us that data monitoring and biology have no gender. So, this cultivation system is not only good for the environment because it reduces water waste, but also promotes female emancipation through education and entrepreneurship.
Of course, the protection of planet also involves gender equality.
Congratulations on a fantastic piece of work and showing to us how technology is coming to help improve gender equality. Excellent work.
Thanks. Good morning and welcome to our school. We are delighted to welcome you to our greenhouse with our students Marianna, Alessandra, Andrea, and Nadia. I'm a teacher.
You're Marta.
Only one a teacher. Okay.
Only the teacher. That's a fantastic setup that you have there. I'm sure many schools are envious of your setup, and this video was fantastic in terms of how it explained and contextualized how your work is actually understandable and has impacts all over the world.
Yes.
And in the video, you have made some very good points, but one feature that I am interested in, let's imagine you have experimentally demonstrated the water savings your hydroponic system achieves is 90%, it's 90% more or less.
And, what advantages do you get from that?
hydroponic system saves more than 90% of water compared to traditional farming. In fact, in our greenhouse, plants grow in perlite, an inert material substrate using an ebb and flow irrigation system. This means water is used instead of being lost through evaporation or absorbed by soil where roots can't reach it.
That's amazing. I never thought of perlite. We use perlite in the lab to absorb materials when we spill them. So that's an excellent use of perlite as a porous material, I'm guessing. Sorry, you go, Marta.
Perlite and organic substrate mixed, a mix for a perfect growth.
Perfect. And what crops do you grow? Because you have a very green greenhouse.
Our system is highly versatile. It currently houses an aromatic garden with plants such as oregano, marjoram, sage, and thyme. Additionally, our greenhouse has successfully produced various vegetable crops, including tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, and strawberry. And our next step will be the propagation of roses via cuttings.
And do you eat them?
Yes. Yes. They are very good. Yes.
Oh, it would be a fantastic smell of thyme and marjoram and basil and oregano. Fantastic.
And with your project, have you considered also evaluating savings in terms of pesticides?
Because this greenhouse is an isolated systems and exposures to pests is significantly reduced.
We experienced only one major infestation, which was managed using pheromone traps and the removal of the most affected plants. Our intervention was so precise and timely that it wasn't even necessary to introduce beneficial insects for biological control.
We are proud to state that no pesticides have ever been used in this greenhouse.
Oh, fantastic. Wow. That's envious. I'm envious of this. And I cannot wait to come and visit your school for this project. Now, you have reflected on this a lot, and in the video you have shown how hydroponics is a tool for gender equality, and that's a very interesting perspective. You speak about strength that is not required, large hectares of space. It's a really powerful argument for raising awareness with schools and the public. And we're curious about what activities and initiatives you've undertaken on this topic outside your immediate group.
We began reflecting on the relationship between water and women's labor during World Food Day 2023. That year, the FAO theme was water is life, water is food, leave no one behind. We discovered pilot projects in developing countries where low-tech hydroponic systems offer a path towards empowerment and emancipation for women. And today's event is our first major initiative to discuss this important topic.
For us, this greenhouse is a didactic microcosm. The integration of different disciplines, primary chemistry, biology, physics, and economics, allows everyone to approach STEM subjects and express their talents, obviously without gender bias. Also, students with disabilities make vital contributions here. All these reasons make our greenhouse a truly special environment for building self-esteem, life skills, and equal opportunities.
Oh, that's fantastic, and I can say that it's always good to learn when you're enjoying it, and to learn when you don't know you're learning. But it's a great point that you make about different topics all at the same time.
And one final question: as part of this project, did you have fun?
Yes.
Yes. We are very proud and fun. Thank you.
And which one is your favorite crop?
What do you prefer?
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
I would have said the same.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And Marta, a question for you, if that's okay. As a teacher who's really invested in this project and clearly has stimulated their students, can you share some reflections of your journey?
This project is fundamental for us because these technological instruments is improve our work and improve the ability and the skill life and also the material, the subject, only the subject, chemical, biology. For us, it's very important. For this school, it's very important study using this technological system.
It's, when I went to university, it was a very boring life for the first 2 years of university because I couldn't see the practical implications of my work. But from the third year,
you have a problem with the
university life in the past was boring when we couldn't study practically.
For university, he usually prefer medical university, but also agraria or other faculties is good for our students. We have a connection with this university. The nearest is Lecce, University of Salento, and we have a collaboration with the university.
It's great. It's very important experience for your students. Thank you so much.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying around. We know it's lunchtime. So
bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. So we're learning a lot of different things and how to improve equality and different tools that we have at our disposal. We're also seeing how STEM subjects support closing the gap in terms of gender equality. We'll take you very quickly to Mantova to show you what's happening. At this time, this activity is meant to be over, but as you can see, there's a lot of kids still going around and trying different activities. As you can see, a big table with a lot of cardboard displays and diagrams of different water systems. A lot of drops on a frame. The kids are saying hi, hello kids. They can't see us, but it's great to see a lot of activities for older students as well as younger students who are clearly happy to see a drone fly over their heads. I wouldn't be so happy to see a drone fly over my head. A lot of paper, a lot of color. This is the beauty of this day. As you can see, it's about having fun and learning without realizing that you're learning.
And so these activities, while some of them have started to pack up, the school students will continue walking along the lake's edge at Mantova. And they've been really lucky to have, again, another very sunny, nice, warm spring day in Mantova. We will continue with the videos, and we've got another one coming up now.
And we've got our next video. We don't have a speaker for the next video, but after this video, we have a connection from Antarctica, and I'm sure we will all enjoy that. But here's the next video from the US. Again, unfortunately, these colleagues could not be with us.
Hi, we're from Bishop Kennedy. Our names are Alina Sanchez. And Genesis Tejeda. Our teacher is Dr. Pinto, and our team members are Gabriela Chavez, Michelle Rivera, Lindsay Cano. Today we are presenting Rivers in Spring 2026, Water's Role in Gender Equity.
Abstract. Our research examines how water access in sub-Saharan Africa acts as a primary driver of gender inequality. We've identified 3 critical stages where this display manifests. First is the education gap. While water collection is shared relatively equally by young children, we see a pronounced shift during adolescence. The second reason is the labor divide. This early imbalance evolves into a permanent participation gap. Women become concentrated in unpaid time and intensive domestic labor, while men are far more likely to transform into formal paid employment. The third reason is the governance paradox. Our most striking finding is that women are primary managers of water at the household level, yet they hold fewer than 20% of the institutional positions, where infrastructure and budgets are decided. Because those with lived expertise are excluded from formal authority, our current water systems often fail to meet the specific biological, domestic, and safety needs of the very people who use them most.
We decided to research water's role in gender equity because we wanted to understand how access to water affects fairness between men and women, as well as why water is essential for life on Earth. We already knew that water is necessary for farming, health, and sustaining ecosystems from science classes and seeing how important clean water is in our day-to-day life.
Research and hypothesis. Millions of women and girls are trapped by time poverty. Without accessible water, the burden of fetching it falls on them. This isn't just a chore, it's a barrier. It's the reason girls miss out on school and women are shut out of the economy. Their potential is consumed by unpaid labor. The problem isn't just the water itself, it's leadership. Women are rarely at the decision-making table. When they are excluded, infrastructure ignores their needs and reinforces systemic inequality. The solution is to fix the infrastructure and put women in charge of the conversation. When we do, school attendance rises and economic participation soars. By fixing water, we empower half the world.
Studying and carrying out the investigation. The study looked at water and sanitation issues from around the world from 2000 to 2023 by reviewing existing information from experts. We gathered data from global organizations like WHO and the GMP, as well as research from Stanford University and CSIS. The information originally came from household surveys and government reports, focusing on places that struggle most with clean water, such as Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and low-income areas.
Gender differences in poor water accesses during 2000 to 2014. We calculated differences in the percentages of the female and male populations in each grid. Purple indicate a higher percentage of women, whereas negative values in orange indicate a higher percentage of men. Across many countries, particularly in Africa and parts of Asia, there is a stark gender disparity where women outnumber men in vulnerable water environments and bear the primary responsibility for water collection. Global data reveals that in 7 out of 10 households without on-premises supplies, women and girls are the main collectors, a burden that can exceed over 80% in parts of sub-Saharan Africa, while only a few countries such as Syria report men as the primary water fetchers. This imbalance is often compounded by environmental vulnerability, as women are more likely to remain in rural, water-stressed areas while men migrate for work, further entrenching water-based risks to health, education, and safety. Data analysis, data relationship and patterns. The data reveals a stark divergence in time based on gender. While young boys and girls often share water chores, the burden shifts almost entirely to girls as they reach adolescence, leading to a sharp decline in their school attendance that boys do not experience. This creates a participation gap where women are trapped in time poverty, performing unpaid labor, while men are more likely to dominate the paid water sector in formal leadership roles. Furthermore, the data shows an inverse relationship between management and decision-making, where women make nearly all daily water decisions at the household level, but hold less than 20% of the institutions, roles where infrastructure budgets are decided. This disconnect results in systems that often overlook women's specific biological and safety needs, reinforcing a cycle where lack of access limits women's economic power and lack of power prevents better access.
Data interpretation. Our data answers the question because it shows clear gender differences in water work. As girls get older, they collect more water, which lowers their school attendance and increases inequality. The hypothesis is supported. Limited water access increases unpaid labor for girls and women and keeps them out of decision-making roles. Our limits were not being able to collect first-hand data, and the fact that different cultures in sub-Saharan Africa may have different roles. There may be a cause and effect link between water collection and school attendance, but other factors like culture and income also play a role.
To finally end off, water is not only a basic resource, but a powerful structural force that morphs gender equity in sub-Saharan Africa. The overall collected evidence highlights that unequal access, disproportionate labor expectations, and exclusions from formal decision-making systems reinforcing long-term disparities between women and men. As girls transition into adolescence, the increasing burden of water collection disrupts their education and limits future opportunities, while women's concentration in unpaid domestic water labor restricts their economic mobility. At the same time, the government's paradox, where women manage water daily yet remain underrepresented in institutional leadership, reveals a systematic disconnect between lived experience and policy authority. Addressing gender inequity in water systems therefore requires not only improved infrastructure, but intentional inclusion of women in leadership, planning, and resource allocation. Without instructional change, water will continue to function as a barrier rather than a bridge to gender equity.
That was an excellent piece of work shared by our colleagues in the US about data on gender equality and factors that affect gender equality and the gender equality gap. We're now going a lot further south than we have been so far. We have collaborators from connecting with us from Antarctica. Sylvia, would you wave to us? Hello, Sylvia. We're going to show you a video.
Hi, good morning.
And good morning to you. And we're going to show you a video first, and then you can tell us all about your research. We're going to have a conversation with you because we're very curious about what happens that far south in the world. Here we go.
We are polar researchers, ecologists, and legal scholars. For years, we have studied Antarctica, a place unlike any other on Earth. We have come to understand what it truly means to leave a footprint on such a pristine, fragile ecosystem. Antarctica is a continent of extremes, the coldest, windiest, driest, and least populated. Until recently, it was also the least polluted. Covered almost entirely by ice, 98% of its surface, Antarctica holds nearly 70% of the planet's freshwater, covering 9% of the Earth's land surface. It is the fifth largest continent by area. Its surrounding Southern Ocean accounts for 10% of the world's ocean waters. This ocean is a vital heat and carbon sink, harboring exceptional biodiversity that remains largely unexplored. As set out in the Madrid Protocol, a key international agreement under the Antarctic Treaty System, Antarctica is a natural reserve dedicated to peace and science. Only a few extraordinary organisms can survive here: penguins, fish, and tiny invertebrates, all adapted to thrive in the harshest conditions on Earth. 5 species of penguins live here in large, dense colonies, making up 90% of the land-based biomass. Some Adelie penguin colonies boast over 200,000 breeding pairs. For a long time, Antarctica was the only continent without permanent human habitation, until humans arrived. This vast, white expanse, seemingly barren, hides a vibrant and unique world. But human presence has come with a cost. Scientific stations occupy precious habitats, limiting wildlife. Today, 18 countries maintain research bases, and more than 10,000 scientists visit each summer. In the 2023 to 24 season alone, over 120,000 tourists stepped onto this fragile land. International treaties prohibit nuclear explosions and the exploitation of mineral resources here, and require environmental impacts to be assessed before activities begin. They protect native fauna and flora from harmful interference, except when permitted for science. Yet, with humans came waste. Rusting relics of whaling stations lie abandoned. Sewage flows into the sea. Fishing nets cling to shorelines. And plastics, polystyrene panels scattered on land and sea, plastic bags drifting in glacial meltwater, food packaging floating in coastal waters. Microplastics now contaminate the very fabric of this ecosystem. In some regions, polystyrene foam, fishing lines, bottle caps, and bags have become everyday encounters for Antarctic wildlife. Animals have even started to treat plastic debris as part of their environment, playing with it, ingesting it, adapting in ways we never imagined. Small soil animals, like springtails, ingest microplastics, showing how pollution reaches even the tiniest creatures. In 2016, scientists collected 10 kilograms of waste along just 500 meters of coastline on an island near the Antarctic Peninsula. We face a stark challenge: to take responsibility for the footprints we leave behind. Antarctica is more than a continent. It is a global commons, a shared heritage for all humanity. It is our responsibility to protect it, preserve it, and ensure it remains a sanctuary for future generations. There is still time to change course, but we must act now.
Perfetto. Sì, fantastico.
Ciao Silvia.
Hi,
Hey,
how are you?
What time is it for you today?
Now it's 9:03, so not so early. It's
Not
perfect
so
time
early,
for me.
but it's morning.
Not so early. Yeah.
In the morning. We have been all
In the
over the
morning,
world
yes.
today, and
Yeah.
Antarctica is hard to say all over the world because it's down. It's just very far from everywhere
True.
else.
Okay, Sylvia, we have some questions here for you. The first one today
Yes.
is, firstly, could you explain where are you and who are you
course.
working with as collaborators in your research?
Yes. So yes, I'm here at Escudero Base in King George Island, Southern Shetland, in the Southern Ocean. Thanks to the Chilean National Program, with whom we collaborate for our project regarding plastics in Antarctica. So yes, as you can see behind me, this is Antarctica, not so white, but yesterday was the first day with snow since I arrived 20 days ago. So yeah, this is Antarctica. And yeah, I'm here thanks again to INACH, and in the framework of our two projects financed by the Italian National Program for Antarctic Research, the PNRA. And yeah, I'm from the University of Siena, but of course we have more than one partner to to do this kind of research. We cannot be alone. So we collaborate with the Italian CNR, Istituto Scienze Polari of Messina, the Elettrosincrotrone in Trieste, and with the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. But we also have international collaboration with the Chilean National Program, with the Australian, Korean, and New Zealand Antarctic Program that help us to advance in our research.
Well, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah, it is, but it's very important to be all these people to put together our skills, our experiences, and our knowledge in order to achieve our goals and to go further in the research and understand the plastic contamination here and how we can manage it.
That's amazing. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions, starting from what you said. You said it only snowed there yesterday. We have a very different idea of Antarctica with the white behind you. What season is it?
Now we are at the end of the summer, so the warmer season here. But anyway, in the previous year, also at that time, there were snow here around. This is okay. I am in the northern part of Antarctica, so it's the warmer one, of course. But anyway, since in the last, yes, okay, no, not in the last, sorry. Since 5 years ago, everywhere was white, also here. Just very small part of land, of soil would be without snow in certain moment of the year. But yes, in the last few years, because of the climate changes, the rise temperature, yeah, also here snow disappear for a longer time than usual.
Yeah, I'm sure it has impacts on animals as well as vegetation and global issues from that.
And so we understand that you have collaborations and that you work with people from many nations, etc. What research projects are you working on, and what is your personal passion?
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm working on 2 different projects related to plastic contamination in Antarctica. The first one called Explora, in which we are trying to understand the presence of plastics inland, so near the bases, but also far from the bases, in order to understand until where plastics arrived and which kind of contamination, which kind of plastics arrived so far. Because we are trying to understand, of course, the presence, but also the source of this plastic contamination in order to to try to avoid this. And the second project called Tiptoe regard the water contamination by plastics, and in particular by microplastics and microfibers. So a colleague of mine went here last year, and starting from the results she obtained, we are trying to study more in deep the plastic contamination. So she studied water contamination, and this year I'm trying to study organism contamination and the effects that microplastic and microfibers can have on these organisms. So I run an experiment right here. It finished yesterday with limpets, an Antarctic species that we can find here around. And yeah, more or less, those are the two projects. And yes, our goal, I want to say again, is not only to see the presence and the source, that is really important, but we are trying also to find a solution, found a way to decrease our footprint here in Antarctica.
Fantastic work. We never really think that when we go as scientists to explore a place, we will leave a bad footprint. But it is the case, because sometimes things are lost, sometimes things are left behind, and the environment degrades them. Now, we heard in the video that all the waste is actually taken away from Antarctica, and you're also trying to remediate waste from previous researchers. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Also because before the treaty, the Antarctic Treaty, there were no law here. So everyone could like throw away everything and left here. And we have found a lot of things coming from the past. So yes, now of course the things are better, but since plastics remain for a long time, we can find something from the past, unfortunately. And we are trying to study, but also to do something in concrete. So we are organizing like a cleanup, as you have seen in the video. Other researchers did the same 10 years ago. So this year we want to do again a cleanup to see if there are some difference, and we hope to. So yes, stay tuned for the results.
Oh, we're very interested for sure in seeing what your projects demonstrate, and a really important point, which is microplastics and plastics that migrate from where you probably left them. And you're asking a great question. How far do these bits of debris get when you lose control of them?
Yeah.
Well, Antarctica, does it have, we never hear about nations and areas, but does it have borders? Can you tell us something about Antarctica and how different nations can be there? How do you know which nation is which?
Yeah, no, no borders are in Antarctica. Since the Antarctic Treaty established that Antarctica is a continent of all the world, of all countries. So countries that are in the Antarctic Treaty can have bases, and the bases are part of the country. But I mean, the land is not a country. It's not of one country, just the base. So in the base, you are in a certain country. But then if you are outside, the land is for everyone. So we can do a lot of research, and no military, I mean, there are military stations as well, not only scientific station, but they are here only for logistic purposes.
Fascinating. And do you have to take your passport if you go to visit another base, let's say the United States base?
No, it's not necessary. We have a specific passport for Antarctica. It's a purple one. Yes, it's so funny. But yeah, it's not something real. It's just for the stamp of each base. And so we are trying to collect more stamps we can.
And so you can go from a base to the other.
Yeah. Of course, we have to advertise in advance in order to get people ready to to say hello and welcome other people from other nations. Sometimes it's little hard because not everyone speaks English, so in certain ways it could be difficult to enter and communicate. But now with the phone, we can translate in real time, so not so hard at all. But yeah, we have this purple passport that is Antarctic passport, and but no, the real passport is not necessary here.
And Sylvia, we're talking to you live, and this is part of a worldwide live event. And when we think of Antarctica, we think of places that are very remote, that have very little connectivity, but also where you end up staying for 6 to 12 months. Is that what you're doing?
No, for me, the stay here is just for 1 month. But once we are going back, some people will remain here. Yes, during the Antarctic winter. So from now, since like
la idea es como
October, November, maybe September here, because we are northern part, so the winter lasts a little less than in other part of Antarctica. But yes, there are some people staying here. And for example, in the Italian and French station Concordia, that is very in the south, they stay like 8 months without any possibility to come back, any possibility to receive help. They are very isolated because it's not possible to land, because there the temperature can reach like minus 60 degrees in winter. So yeah, no possibility to land and go by plane. So yeah, they are very isolated. It would be a very strong experience. Something very challenging. I mean,
something you might be considering. It looks like.
Why not? Maybe for the future. Not now, of course, not now, but maybe for the future. Who knows?
Sylvia, the last question for you. What's next for you today and after you go back?
Okay, so today and the last days I will be here. Of course, I will do sampling and lab work in order to collect more data as possible. And once back, I will have to analyze all the things I collected and and also analyze the organism from the experiment and see what the results will be.
So your luggage
and
is
share with
quite heavy.
Yeah. I hope not too heavy.
Well, Sylvia, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. We look forward to reading all about your research and
thank you.
Seeing you next time.
Yeah, thank you too for the invitation, for the possibility to share with a lot of people mine and our experience as team. And yeah, thank you for all these. Thank you to the organizers, to you, and also to whom is not visible now, but thank you very much to all.
Great to see you, Sylvia. Thank you so much.
Sylvia.
Good luck with the rest
Thank
of the
you.
stay. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And so we now have a few more videos to go. That was the last of our interviews, and we're just gonna roll through a couple of videos and a couple of projects that we have. So we start with a video from Croatia, which is entitled Let's Help Nature.
Ja sam Marino Zović. Naš današnji zadatak je da pokupimo smeće i očistimo ovaj okoliš ovdje na plaži. Prvo smo našli ovu plastičnu bocu. Moramo to baciti. I to također ide u žutu kantu. Onda smo našli ovu metalnu zapravo cijev. Ide unutra. Komadić stiropora. Ide unutra. Onda je ovdje jedna staklena boca. Budite oprezni s ovime jer se možete jako ozlijediti. Ljudi često stavljaju predmete ovdje iznutra. Tu je jedan i ovdje je drugi. Ja mislim da je to. Našli smo sve predmete, pomogli smo malo prirodi da je lakše. Našli smo dosta toga. I to bi bilo to. Vidimo se. Doviđenja.
It's always surprising to see what is collected and the great work that students even from a primary school can do in improving conditions in their ecosystem. Sometimes just a very short time might do the job. You might relieve your community and your ecosystem of a lot of rubbish in very short time. We heard that a few times today from various schools.
And there's often community groups in local areas which do this year round, both in coastal but also in freshwater environments.
We have a school now that is is not connecting from Croatia, but has sent a very intriguing photo collage that you can see in this screen. It's entitled Too Much Plastics by the Seeds from elementary Italian school Bernardo Benussi in Rovinj, Croatia.
And what we can see here in this collage, there's a couple of maps starting from the top left, showing some of the locations where the school members have gone along to undertake sampling. And then we have the images of what they've been able to find, similar to the last video. Here's some photos of what the people have been able to find in the environment. So we can see here the typical examples of plastic and microplastic that people find, often items which have been used and then discarded after use. For example, in the lower right image, it could be a net used for fishing, or it could be one of the net bags used for transporting fruit from a market. Some of the other images are of plastic bags and similar items. And then the usual detritus that people leave and allow to break down in the environment.
These are magnificent coastlines. We know Croatia in Europe is a region well known for its crystal clear waters, yet when we go to the beach and find these atrocities, the economics falls apart because people don't want to go to the beach, and just because of plastic. We can see here in top right a bit of yellow debris that's typically from a floating device, a buoy. We see a blue string, possibly a bit of a rope that was used for tying a boat somewhere, in a red bit of maybe a cable tie, something like that. This is kind of saddening, but it's also a good sign to see this work undertaken by the students, and it demonstrates their awareness, and we're sure that these students will look after their environment, and we thank them for sharing this. From here, we will share another video, this time from Italy, from ITT Marconi in Rovereto, and this is called Freshwater Watch, Surface Water Monitoring in Rovereto. Enjoy the video. that was quite a show. That's a lot of activity monitoring waters in Rovereto. We actually drive past that location a few times a year.
And so some of the black tire microplastics they find are probably from us.
Yes. And from here we go to considering tap water as being better than bottled water. This is another video from Italy, a very quick video, actually from my high school, Liceo Scientifico Belfiore di Mantova. Hi everyone. I studied there and I did science afterwards. So there you go. Good outcome, I think. I will share the video now. Here we go. Before we move to the next video, we just wanted to reflect on the really important message that that school is giving us, which is that it's important to consider not just bottled water as a consumable, always available, but as something that is costly for the environment. And they suggest that tap water actually is pretty good, much cheaper and available everywhere if you're in a Western country.
And in many Western countries, there's often a push by water authorities to reduce the use of single-use plastic bottles and instead to use a metal or a more solid plastic bottle. And there's an increasing number of refill stations in many places.
Stu, what can you tell us, because you've worked in water authorities, what can you tell us about the regulations for bottled water versus tap water?
Well, one thing is that these often vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but in general, the standards that are applied to the water supplied by water authorities are more rigorously and continuously checked and double-checked, so that the standards of the water are more frequently set against the targets, or the actual water is checked against the standards and the targets, and so you can be certain that the water will be potable, safe to drink.
And in fact, bottled waters sometimes contain very high salt concentrations and different components.
Well, it's worth looking at what the bottle says on it, and that's typically an example or a sample taken at one time, and it might not necessarily reflect what's in there.
That's a great lesson. From Italy, we're going to move to another project that is called African Water. This is another video from that same school. We are just going to share it. It has some interesting discussions. It's a relationship with partners overseas.
Good morning, Chiara. How are you? This is Kenneth from Botswana and Chobe in Southern Africa. Even though we have great rivers, not everybody has access to those rivers. Some don't have access at all to clean water. Some places have no water at all. You have to bring your own water for washing, for cooking, and for drinking. And some places which has water, that water is not good for drinking. It's only for washing, shower. It's a very big challenge for many people.
Noi abbiamo la fortuna di avere l'acqua potabile accessibile direttamente in casa, eppure ci stiamo a comprare le bottiglie sprecando oltretutto molta plastica.
Come ci ha raccontato Kenneth, in Africa, così come in altri paesi, non hanno tutti questi privilegi. Noi dobbiamo essere consapevoli di tutte le possibilità che abbiamo e soprattutto imparare a sfruttarle al meglio.
And we see that the school did a project connected to bottled water. Again, it was spoken in Italian, but the message was simple. We in Western countries or developed countries or more developed countries have the privilege of having tap water that is regulated, available, so available that we never think about it, right? And other countries do not have this privilege. We saw in the video how rare and scarce water might be in Africa.
And this is something that in line with Globe's objectives for this year, and also for the UN itself, where the greater accessibility to potable drinking water is being pushed in terms of awareness of the inequity around the world and the unreasonable burden that imposes upon females in the population.
Yeah, because oftentimes about 70%, I think, of the load is on female, the female side of the population, who has to carry water oftentimes very, very far, several times a day even.
And from Africa now, we have the next video which we will share with you, and this is part of Globe's project again, where we're going to hear from Peggy and the team about some of their work in Arkansas in the US.
Welcome to MacroMappers, a worldwide globe macroinvertebrate collaborative project. I'm Peggy Folletta, and my partners are Lynn Hare and Sarah Mierzwak. These globe teams researched their water site's history, conducted macroinvertebrate surveys at their water site, and shared their findings about their community, culture, and water sites. The blue markers are current MacroMapper project teams' locations. The red markers are globe schools that have collected macro data, but have not yet joined our project. We're hoping they will.
Teams are composed from grades 4 through 12, and they are from around the world, anywhere there is a hydrosphere study site. They're going to conduct and have conducted data from hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere twice a year, 6 months apart, if at all possible. That might be fall, spring, warm, cold, dry, wet, or anytime there's an abundance of macroinvertebrates. The teams choose a freshwater body site, whether it's a ditch, a lake, a pond, a stream, and then they are going to do both hydrosphere and biosphere protocols that help tell about macroinvertebrates and the chemistry conditions in the water. The teams are using the sampling protocols from both hydrosphere, so important, and hydrosphere.
So in addition to virtual meetings with our group members to coordinate this diverse group around the world, we decided to incorporate a couple different digital platforms, one of them being a Google My Map, where we pinned all of the locations of our members, a Padlet where we added prompts for them to answer questions about their sites, and a Google photo album where users could upload all kinds of photos with their activities. So I'll show you briefly. Here is our Google My Map. And like I said, this is interactive, so you can see here's a location here in Uruguay where they've uploaded some photos of their site and some information. Here is a member in Bhutan who also has some information uploaded. And here's our Padlet, where you can see here is our interactive questions. And we ask them to tell us about their school, their water site, their data collecting experience, the quality of their water, and then also tell their cultural and historical water body story if they would like. So the users under these columns have already entered a lot of that data. And you can see that at the top here, Peggy has added climagraphs for each location, so we can quickly compare each other's average temperatures and precipitation, since we're all located in different places around the world. And then here is our shared photo album, where users have uploaded lots and lots of interesting photos and some up-close images of the macros that they've been collecting.
We've had some challenges, but we've had a very successful year, and we're looking forward to a good second year and hope some other people will join. These are some of the challenges we've had. The macroinvertebrates protocol is long, and navigating the Padlet and Google My Maps takes some technology instruction. The equipment and materials were a problem for some of the people to locate, but we got that straightened out. And the level of participant experience was widely different. The school schedules were probably the biggest issue as far as comparing to macroinvertebrate collection, because some schools were not in session when the macroinvertebrates needed to be collected. But we got through that. And we hope that some of you decide to join our project, and we look forward to whatever questions you have. Thank you.
And Peggy and Co are great collaborators, just like Tracy Ostrom, now Dr. Tracy Ostrom, actually. They do great work. Their work is also going towards training teachers and training trainers of GLOBE protocols. It's really difficult work, and what they build are communities of communities, and we have had the pleasure to meet these communities, and we are impressed by the enthusiasm that these champions are able to spread like a contagious thing. Now, from this video, we're gonna have a very short video about salinity, also from the US, and from some students that want to show and share with us how does pollution increase salinity levels in coastal regions. Interesting hypothesis. Here is the video.
And in this set of slides, in this presentation that we've just seen from this group, what we can see is one of the bits of evidence was that the salinity in the oceans is actually not constant throughout all of the oceans of the planet. There's pockets and there's zones where there's more salinity than others, but also that pollution has been observed to increase the level of salinity in the ocean. Now, if you're a fish or if you're a species that's been able to survive for a long time under certain temperature, salinity, and other factors, and all of a sudden the environment you're living in is fundamentally changing, then that has some effects on longevity and the ability for that species to continue.
Something that they highlighted in their conclusions in particular was that if one wanted to do this seriously, one should really track over time how salinity levels change. They used the secondary data or data sets from NASA, NOAA, and GLOBE program, which also demonstrates the importance of collecting data sets over a long time, because you might not be able to interpret the data, but someone one day will be able to inform policy decisions from that.
And so from that salinity report, we now move on to our next presentation,
which is from Italy. So we're going back and forth around the world a few times over.
Welcome. In this presentation, we will give you a quick look at our research at Unimore on microplastics, where they came from, how they move through the environment, how we can study them, and what we are learning about their impacts. Plastic pollution needs no introduction, mainly due to high production rate and inadequate waste management. Million tons of plastic enter the environment every year. Over time, these large items break down into particles smaller than 5 millimeters, called microplastics, with different shapes, composition, and origins. Due to their small size, microplastics can be ingested by organisms, representing an emerging concern for biodiversity. The marine environment is considered a major sink where microplastics accumulate. However, they are actually everywhere, posing threats for animals and humans that are still not fully understood. That's why, to manage plastic pollution in the sea, we first need to trace microplastics back to their sources, starting in our cities. Everyday activities like wearing and washing synthetic clothes, traffic, and industrial process release a large amount of microplastic into the environment. Carried by the wind, these particles can travel long distance through the atmosphere and then return to the ground with rain and dust. From human surface and soil, they are transported into rivers and eventually reach the ocean, where the cycle continues through resuspension and redistribution. As a result, both humans and wildlife are exposed through multiple pathways. Therefore, understanding how microplastics move through the environmental compartments is key to assess their impacts and identify effective mitigation strategies. For this reason, our research at Unimore focuses on microplastic contamination in air, soil, and water. In addition, we also evaluate microplastic content in different organisms to determine the contamination level in wild specimen, exposure routes, and potential biological effects. So let's start with airborne contamination. In 2023, within the project Microtraces, we assessed microplastic levels in urban areas. To this aim, we monitored microplastic deposition rates using passive samples placed in highly contaminated and suburban sites in both winter and summer. Samples were then processed in the laboratory to isolate and characterize microplastics. Building on this scientific approach, we developed an outreach project called Taking Microplastics into the Class. The idea was to combine research and education, allowing students not only to learn about microplastic pollution, but to actively participate in the scientific process and better understand how environmental data are generated. Microplastics were detected in all monitored school environments. Textile microfibers dominated indoor samples, while outdoor locations showed a higher proportion of plastic fragments. Several synthetic polymers were identified, including polypropylene, polyethylene terephthalate, and polyacrylonitrile, together with fibers made of mixed natural and synthetic materials. These data were shared with high school students through group activities and peer-to-peer seminars, increasing environmental awareness and helping young people understand their role in microplastic pollution.
Let's now move to the soil, another key environmental compartment where microplastics can accumulate. In urban areas, tile wear particles are among the main sources of contamination, yet new sources are still being identified. One example are plastic-based interlocking power grids used in parking areas, which can release large amounts of microplastics over the time. After efficiently isolating microplastics from soil samples, we found high contamination levels of microplastic fragments linked to the degradation of plastic powders in an urban parking area, with estimates up to 360 microgram per kilogram. With these findings, we highlight urban soils as important reservoir of microplastics, revealing previously overlooked sources of contamination. In our laboratory, we do not only assess environmental contamination levels, but also investigate biological interaction and potential effects of microplastics. To do this, we culture soil microarthropods under controlled conditions, using them as model organisms in ecotoxicological tests. These experiments allowed us to evaluate how exposure to microplastics can affect survival and reproduction, as well as behavioral responses. In addition, we have also demonstrated that soil microarthropods are able to ingest microplastics, confirming a direct pathway of exposure. After exploring how microplastics circulate through urban environments, we now turn to the sea as the final sink of contamination. In 2023, we have carried out a survey along the coast of the Northern Adriatic Sea, collecting floating plastic litter, surface waters, and gelatinous zooplankton specimens at different sites. Our goal was to investigate microplastic content in marine invertebrates inhabiting surface waters. The target species belonging to Scyphozoan jellyfish and ctenophore, which reach massive densities during seasonal blooms. We found that microfibers were the predominant microplastic type, and most of them were smaller than 1 millimeter, highlighting that these organisms, which play important ecological roles, are exposed through multiple pathways. Now, we have shown that jelly's organisms can internalize microplastics, but what about the related impacts? To investigate the negative effects of microplastic on these organisms, we carried out a ecotoxicological assay using a larval stage of Scyphozoan jellyfish species called Ephyra. In particular, we tested both standard microbeads and fragments generated from environmental plastics. After 24 and 48 hours, we evaluated their internalization, including their body distribution, along with mortality, morphological alteration, and swimming activity. And what we found is that microplastics, even in the absence of lethal effects, can impair key behavioral functions such as swimming, causing relative impacts at the ecological scale. Since microplastics are so widespread and abundant in the sea, and they can vertically distribute and accumulate in the sediments, we also explore the consequences for benthic marine organisms. In this case study, as bioindicator, we used a benthic polychaete called the bearded fireworm, an opportunistic scavenger and predator that has been recently expanded in the Mediterranean Sea. In detail, we found a high amount of microfibers in this poly kit, even of large sizes. And the most common plastic polymers identified were polyethylene terephthalate and composite materials that are widely used in packaging and fishing gear. This species has also been the focus of experiments investigating the trophic transfer of microplastics from contaminated prey, in this case mussels. We also evaluated what happens to microplastics during their passage throughout the digestive tract of fireworms and how quickly they are expelled. With this data, we provided insights into the role of polykits in the fate of microplastics in the benthic ecosystem. So we have arrived at the end of our microplastic journey, but our research is still ongoing. If you would like to know more about our work or get in touch with us, you're welcome to contact us. Thank you for watching.
And we thank our collaborators from University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. This is an Italian university. They're really well versed at ecotoxicology and ecology, and they have done phenomenal pieces on microplastics and the interactions with organisms. Now we're all talking about microplastics, and this time we're going elsewhere, Stu. This time we're coming to our side of the world.
And this is actually a video that's been put together by a colleague of Alessandra's, and so Ali will be able to answer all of the questions you might have once this video is finished.
Thank you, Stu. And this is from the ARC Research Hub for Future Fibers, and some of the work that some of our colleagues are doing to reduce microfibers in the environment.
Every time we wash our clothes, thousands of microplastic fibers are released. They are invisible and hard to see, but they do not disappear.
Plastic pollution is one of the defining environment challenges of our time. Each year, an estimated 8 to 11 million tons of plastic enter the oceans. Microplastic, defined as plastic particles smaller than 5 millimeter, are now found across marine ecosystem worldwide, from surface water to deep sea sediments. One significant but often overlooked source of microplastic is synthetic textile. Textile fibers are estimated to account for up to 30 to 35% of primary microplastics entering the marine environment. Globally, more than 100 million tons of textile fibers are produced every year, and over 60% of these fibers are synthetic materials such as polyester. What makes this issue particularly challenging is that microfibers are continuously generated. Every time synthetic garments are washed, thousands of microplastic fibers are released. While seawater treatment plants can remove a large production of often above 80 to 90%, the sheer scale of global textile consumption means that even a small percentage escaping results in significant environmental input. This is not a significant pollution event. This is an ongoing, everyday emission driven by modern lifestyle. To effectively address this issue, we need science-based understanding across the entire textile industry and life cycle, from fiber design and fabric engineering to washing technology and policy frameworks.
In our research group, we focus on understanding how and why microfibers are released from textiles. When synthetic fabrics such as polyester are washed, Mechanical force and chemical interaction cause tiny fiber to detach from the yarn structure, but not all fabric shed in the same way. We investigate how different factors influence fiber release, including fabric composition, yarn structure, washing conditions, water hardness, and abrasion during everyday wear. In the laboratory, we conducted controlled washing experiments and collecting release fiber using filtration systems. We then analyzed the number, size, and characters of these fibers. Our goal is not only to measure how many fibers are released, but to understand the mechanism behind the shedding process. Because once we understand the mechanism, we can identify where intervention is most effective. This knowledge helps guide textile design, manufacturing improvement, and future mitigation strategies.
Microplastic may sound like a distant environmental issue, but they are closely connected to everyday life. The sport jersey you wear, your school uniform, even the blanket at home often contain synthetic textiles. Each time these items are washed, tiny plastic fibers are released into our water system. But here is the important part. Challenges like these are not impossible to solve. They require curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. They require scientists, engineers, and policy makers and designers. They require the next generation. In our research and as a scientist, we work to understand the problem at its source so that better materials and a smarter solution can be developed. And perhaps some of these future solutions will come from students like you. Microplastic fibers pass through wastewater systems. They enter natural ecosystems. Marine organisms can ingest them. Microplastic have been detected in human blood too.
The long-term health impacts are still being studied, but their presence is undeniable. The encouraging part is that this problem can be reduced. Washing clothes less frequently, using gentle cycles, choosing durable or natural fabrics where possible.
At the same time, scientific innovation is essential. Designing textiles that shed less, improving filtration systems, and informing policy through evidence-based research.
Well, Ali, that's a team that works close to you. I wonder if there's any questions that we could ask you. For example, when we look at how people talk about these different fabrics and they have different shedding behaviors, why do these different fabrics have different shedding behaviors?
Right, that's excellent question, Shu. I think we are wearing different things. What are you wearing today?
Wearing a genuine 2012
Sports jumper.
edition sports apparel.
So this jumper is made like your swimming suits are made. It's elastic, but it's also very smooth if I touch it. I'm wearing instead a cotton shirt. Now, your jumper is made of synthetic fibers. My shirt is made of cotton fibers. Synthetic fibers, when we make them, can be kilometers long. You can have a single fiber, and it's possible that in your clothes, there's tens of kilometers of single fiber. That's what we call a continuous filament. We just twist them into yarn, but it's a single fiber that goes through a long part of your jumper. That means that unless we break those fibers, these fibers are less likely to come out. In my shirt, cotton fibers are about this long, if you're lucky, because the cotton plant makes cotton balls and a lot of fluff, but that's a very limited size. So what happens is that to make something that I can use and doesn't fall apart, we need to twist together these short fibers. And we can twist them really well and make sure it doesn't come apart if I pull it. However, tiny fibers do come off. As we wash them, the fibers make themselves become looser. If I take a loose woolen jumper, that's the same. Wool's hair, wool is hair from a sheep, and sheep don't have infinite length fibers. They have pretty short length fibers, and they tend to come off. But sometimes also synthetic fibers are turned into short length, twisted together, and they unwind as we wash them. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you for the explanation. After visiting Australia, it's time to have a look at a video which will explain some information about the Los Angeles River and how it behaves in periods of droughts and flooding.
Los Angeles River, Droughts and Flooding, to the Global Program from Bishop Connolly Our Lady Loreto High School by sophomores Noemi Sarabia, Crystal Briones, and Itzayana Paredes. For freshmen, Kaylee Reyes, Daphne Tejada, and Andrea Nuesca. Here is our full presentation, all together. Background info for research. We chose to research the LA River's drought and flooding to understand why it's here and how big the impact really is helping us. The city of Los Angeles chose to embark on the creation of the LA River due to the destructive flooding in the 1930s and was developed during the modernization of the 20th century. While the river was meant to protect against floods, it was also there as a historical change in the relationships for people, water, and the environment. Research and hypothesis. Our research questions are 1. How do different factors like the environment, constant human-driven activity, and etc. affect the Los Angeles River? 2. Are the recent floods and droughts in LA helping? Why or why not? And if so, does it make an impact? What is the importance of it to the environment or community? Our hypothesis and predictions. Constant changes in the environment and human-driven modifications to the city alters the health of the LA River. And frequent droughts and floods have caused noticeable impact to the community. Planning and carrying out the investigation. Plans and collected data. Research data reports from multiple sources online. The sources are from universities, colleges, scientific research organizations, plus analyze reports to explain the reasons on how it helps LA. Data collection. Plan to collect data on February 21st, 2026. The plan is to send a few members over to the LA River throughout the week to take pictures and collect data on how the river's current changes during the week. Study locations. The Los Angeles River located in Canangoa Park, flowing through the San Fernando Valley, plus multiple other areas. Our field photos. First, we show a comparison of the LA River from 1928 to 2018. Showing major differences in urbanization and modernizing. The two beside it are actual photos our team has gotten from the LA River, showing how large it really is and how it looks. Currently, it's not at a drought or a flood. And the last two beside those are maps, showing how large the river truly is and how far it goes. Data interpretation. The data can help answer the research questions as it provides the statistics of recent floods that have been happening in LA. That demonstrates the amount of water LA has received to an extent of how water has been accessible recently for everyone, along with the historical changes that has impacted the environment in different ways.
We see how important it is to compare different sources of information and have a look at the evidence on the ground. Sometimes things are not as big or as small as one thinks. We're going back to Deakin University.
Yes, and I think you know some of the people involved
I
in
might
this
indeed
work.
know some of the people involved in this work. This is our research team. We'll leave the words to them to share.
You may not realise this, but your clothes end up in the environment all the time. It could be landfill, in our oceans. Even now, as I'm putting on this lab coat, fibres are shedding off my clothes. Now, of course, you can't see this with the naked eye, but that's what we have microscopes for.
It is unfortunate that the world's waterways are contaminated with tiny microfibers released from textiles and clothing we use. In the ARC Future Fibers Hub, we worry about how those fibers will interact with the environment. In particular, we worry about what happens when textiles meet marine water.
This is a key consideration when designing new fibers and textile treatments like colorants and softeners. We want to make sure that the new materials only leave a positive impact on the environment.
So, for example, all of these are the same material. They've just been dyed with a different dye, or in the case of the white one, no dye at all. And yet, over the same time period, they've all degraded very differently. So you can see these two examples. This one's completely gone. This one still exists. And then for the case of something like this one, it's still there.
We take water from the Pacific Ocean over 500 meters offshore to study how fibers degrade when placed in a tank with it.
We can tell a lot about how fibers degrade by even burning them in an oven.
Or by simulating the sea with mixtures of molecules called enzymes.
Understanding how fibers and textiles degrade in the environment is critical for us to be able to design new fibers and materials that will only leave a positive footprint on the planet. And we're going to start from the oceans.
You mentioned there that we're going to start from the oceans, and just one question, a fundamental one. How did you come up with the idea for this research project?
I think you were there. I think in 2018, when we were snorkeling at Elba in Italy, we noticed there was a lot of fluff in the water. And we started to wonder what was in the water. And that was the start of the microplastics monitoring protocol trial. So then we started to sample water in 2019, and we started to find a lot of fibers, right, from textiles, both cotton and synthetic fibers in the water. And so that's what gave us an opportunity to work with industry to actually see what happens to fibers in water. We didn't expect fibers to hang around long in water, but maybe they do.
And what do you suggest, based on the evidence you've seen, what can we change to reduce our release of microfibers into the water?
How you use your clothes, how you dispose of your clothes is really what makes a difference. The choices you make every day. Use less, throw out less, wash less.
And has there been any industry interest in this research? And if so, how could you describe that?
So the ARC Research Hub for Future Fibers does exactly that, addresses industry-relevant problems, and this is one of interest to industries that want to design new fibers to replace fibers in your shirt, like polyester or nylon. And to do that, though, they want to understand what will happen to those fibers once they get into the environment. They're a lot further ahead than we were many years ago when we invented polyester.
And is there a difference in terms of environmental impact between fibres such as these or the fibres of natural origin, which have had some coatings or other treatment applied?
We actually don't know exactly what happens, what the impact is. That's something we are partnering with the next speaker or the next video to discover, to actually study what biological impacts there might be and what happens to those materials as they degrade.
What do you think will be the outcome of your next steps?
We don't know. I think we'll find out a lot more than we actually think we will find out, and we have a lot of surprises that will inform for sure the research into future fibers and textile treatments. Maybe we should get on to the next video.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. We'll get to the next video, Dr. Aaron Schultz from Deakin University as well. He is a collaborator that is concerned with toxicology of materials in aqueous environments.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aaron Schultz, and I lead the Environmental and Human Toxicology Research Group at Deakin University in Australia. My research group is using a One Health approach to understand plastic pollution risks. I look forward in this presentation to share with you sort of what this approach is and the types of research that my group is conducting. I wish to first begin, though, by acknowledging the Wadawurrung people and the Gulidjan people of the Kulin Nations, the traditional owners of the land for which my fieldwork research as well as lab research has been conducted and continues to be conducted, as well as the Wurundjeri people, the traditional owners of the land on which I'm presenting this seminar today here in Melbourne. I pay my respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to their elders past, present and future, and will always be mindful and respectful that our First Nations people are the traditional custodians of this country. Every week I feel like there's a new article on plastics and microplastics, with them being detected in the Mariana Trench in the deepest part of the ocean, the top of Mount Everest and these other extreme environments around the globe. More concerningly, recently there has been a lot of research showing that microplastics are present in the human body, with them being detected in a whole host of different organs and tissues in us as humans. There's also research now showing that the plastics and these tiny plastic particles, as well as the chemicals in those plastics that can be released, may have health impacts to us as humans when we are actually absorbing them or ingesting them. So firstly, what is a microplastic? So microplastics have been defined as tiny plastic materials that are less than 5 millimeters in diameter. And so as you can see in this figure here, this is as small as an eraser on the end of a pencil, down to a size range here of 1 micrometer, which is as small as a bacteria. So these are very small particles that we can see with the naked eye, but also need microscopy techniques to be able to magnify samples to be able to view them. We also have plastic particles existing in smaller sizes as well at the submicron as well as nano range that are referred to or termed submicron plastics and nanoplastics. And again, these are tiny, tiny particles that we can't see with our actual eyes and need specialized microscopes and other analytical tools to be able to measure them. With our microplastics, we know that plastic is used every day by us as a human society. If you look in the environment where you currently are or the room, you could probably point out so many different objects that are made with plastic. And so there are a lot of different sources of these microplastics entering both the land and water, whether it's from tire wear and from the tires on our vehicles, from the clothing that we wear with the textile fibers that are released during washing, as well that ends up in these environments from our plastic cups, our plastic straws, as well as our plastic bags and containers. We can also have microplastics being released from agricultural sources or from agriculture, from mulch films, as well as from fertilizer activities. Water sources of microplastics can include different parts from wastewater, whether it's from industrial or household waste. Microplastics historically were also used in personal care products in microbeads or in the form of microbeads that were used in facial scrubs. So they've been banned in a lot of countries like Australia now. And we can also have microfibers and microplastics being released from other plastic materials used in fishing activities, from lost gear and nets, as well as from other maritime traffic and activities from boats, like the paints used on the hulls and other shipping discharges. Unfortunately, when these microplastics enter each of these different environments, they have the potential risk of polluting the soil, our rivers, our lakes, and our oceans. And so this is an area that my research group is trying to study and understand more information on. So when we think about this One Health approach that my research group is trying to use to assess plastic pollution risks, What One Health is it's an integrated and unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, our animals, and ecosystems. So you may be thinking, well, what is this and what is that? So when we think about our environment that we live in, we know that if we think about us as humans, to be able to have healthy individuals or healthy people and healthy populations, we know that the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food sources that we're relying on, they also have to be healthy. And so we have to have these healthy environments for us to have sustained health. For a healthy environment, we know as well that when we have healthy air, healthy water, healthy land, the other animals that live in those environments are also going to have improved health and are going to have sustained health. So we know that when we think about all of these different factors, they're all connected. And so by having now all of these environments being healthy, we can have a healthy global society as well as a healthy planet. Unfortunately, we know that this is not always the case. And if we now throw out one of these important components, it's going to have a significant effect on the other two components. So let's look at an example where we now have a polluted environment. We now have in this example a polluted river or stream. We know that the animals living in that environment are now going to also be impacted, and their health is going to come under threat, and there's potential for them to become unhealthy. The humans that now live close to that environment or next to the environment are drinking that water, relying on the animals and fish in that environment for their food source. We know that they're also now going to be impacted. And so by throwing out one of these important components, we now throw out this entire global sort of environment that we think of, and we can now have an impact on all three facets of this One Health. And so by looking at this as a one lens with it all being connected, we can now look at trying to understand the risks that plastics may pose, not only to one isolated component, but all of this holistically. So my group is using this One Health approach to look at the risks that plastic pollution poses, not only to us as humans, but also thinking about the environment as well as the animals that live in those environments. This includes going out into the field and collecting samples from freshwater environments as well as marine environments to monitor and measure microplastic levels. And so an example of this includes beach monitoring, where we go out and filter sand to look for larger microplastic fragments and sizes to detect whether there are microplastics in our coastal environments. If we look at some examples, these are some images of microfibers under a microscope, so we can see that we can detect these fibers in some of these samples when we take them back to the lab. As well as in the middle here, which is harder to see, this is actually a polystyrene microplastic, and so this is foam. And so it was a foam sample that we saw in a beach sample that we collected as well. In the lab, we're also able to conduct experiments to look at the risks of these plastics and the different types of microplastics to aquatic animals using zebrafish. So zebrafish are a fish that you may see at your local aquarium, very popular as an ornamental fish used in aquaria. They're also used globally in the scientific community for a whole host of different research and are a really important research model. In the field, we can also collect samples as well of freshwater native shrimp that we can see here, beach insect species, as well as marine species like our blue mussels here. And so we have been able to collect these, bring them back to the lab and measure microplastic levels in each of these different species or animals as well. When we think about our human health impacts, in the lab, we're able to culture different types of human cell lines. And so these are cells that have been extracted from different organs and tissues that we can now purchase commercially. We can grow these cells in the lab and expose them to plastics and look at the risks to the cells, which can then infer the risks that it may have to our organs in the human body. And we also use zebrafish embryos. So this is a little embryo under a microscope with its heart beating as a really good model as well for understanding potential risks to animals when they're developing. So overall, we're able to look at each of these different important components and understand the potential risks that microplastics have by using this One Health approach. This research wouldn't be possible without the amazing graduate researcher team that I have the privilege and honor of mentoring and supervising. And so this includes PhD students looking at the effects of microplastics and risks to human health, as well as to terrestrial and aquatic environments, and assessing their potential risks to different animals and animal species as well. So I'd like to thank all of these amazing graduate researchers, because without them, this research wouldn't be possible, as well as my colleagues and collaborators at Deakin, as well as external partners. And with that, I thank you for listening to this presentation and hope you've learned a little bit more about why a One Health approach is really important in understanding plastic pollution risks. If you'd like to reach out, if you have any other questions, you can contact me via this email. Thank you.
And we saw how complex toxicology can be, how important it is to have different components looked at the same time.
And that's an important thing to remember, the toxicology aspect, how it relates to the water that we use, the clothes that we wear, and the interactions that we have with the environment that we then need to use to survive.
And from here, we go back to Europe,
Yes.
to Gorizia. Gorizia is a border town in Italy. But here we go. We're just gonna share the screen.
Pozdravljeni! Bliža se svetovni dan voda. In smo vam želeli pokazati, kako v dijaškem domu varčujemo z vodo. Kar poglejte si. Da ne porabimo preveč vode med umivanjem rok, zapremo pipo, ko si roke namilimo. Ker imamo v dijaškem domu kar nekaj pozabljivčkov, imamo v nekaterih straniščih pipe, ki se same zaprejo. V dijaškem domu zelo radi ustvarjamo. Ko končamo potrebščine, umijemo v posodi z vodo in ne pod tekočo vodo. V tem času pa smo imeli tudi razne delavnice o vodi. In kako lahko z vodo še varčujemo.
And one of the interesting elements in that video there was the filtration of very turbid water, and it became much clearer after passing through a set of filtering membranes, which were themselves just basically rocks and similar materials. This is actually how water authorities generally filter most of the water that comes through. They use essentially sand and other media to try to do that, or they might use reverse osmosis, which is a much more technical process using the same rough physics but and more high tech. But at the end of the day, you can filter mud out of water by using very fine sand.
That was really interesting. It was really good to also see how small solutions can help you save water, like the automatic closing taps and things like that. But great to see more students being aware. And from students, now we go to CNR. CNR is an Italian research entity, a government research entity, and they're gonna show us how caring for soil can help preserve water. So we launched a very interesting video now.
Good morning, fiumi di primavera. My name is Luciano Massetti, and with my colleagues of the Institute of Bioeconomy of the National Research Council, would like to thank the organization of this event for its kind invitation to participate. Unfortunately, this year we cannot be with you as in the past, but we would like to send our contribution about one of our research topics regarding soil, that together with water is the ground of life on Earth. I am a computer scientist and I work with data that are produced in the field and in the labs by this group of female and male researchers and technicians. We have different background, but we study together the connection among soil, water and living beings from different but integrated perspectives to improve knowledge and promote actions for sustainable use of natural resources such as soil. Let's listen to the point of view of my colleagues.
The soil is a living system made of minerals, organic matter, water and air. These components create an habitat that supports the life of plants and fauna. Since healthy soil is essential for life, the soil scientists like me focus their activity in estimating, monitoring and mapping the main soil properties. Due to its composition, the soil is deeply connected to the water resource. Let's see why. Due to its physical and chemical properties, the soil plays a key role in water management. Thanks to the infiltration and filtering processes, it cleans water from pollution, recharges groundwater, and protects the surface by water erosion. On the other hand, thanks to its structure, porosity, and composition, especially in soil organic carbon content, the soil also stores water, making it available for plants and for the many organisms living underground.
Hi, I'm Monica Maienza. I am a researcher at National Research Council of Italy. I work on soil ecology, studying how human activity impacts soil ecosystem in different environments. My research combines environmental monitoring and applied science to help and improve sustainable soil management. Soil biodiversity directly support water conservation in terrestrial ecosystem by the activity and the function of soil biota. Soil biota is organized by microorganisms like bacteria and fungi. Soil fauna hosts micro and macrofauna such as earthworms or microarthropods and plant roots and mycorrhizae. The activity and the function of biota help to improve soil structure, create soil structure, regulate water infiltration, and enhance water retention capacity. Women have historically faced barriers in science, yet their contributions are essential. Environmental biologists like Rachel Carson contribute to show how human action impacts ecosystems. Her work inspired the protection of soil, water, and biodiversity. Thanks to her work, we know that having tiny soil organisms are vital for the health of our planet.
Hi, I'm Francesco Sabatini of the Italian National Research Council. I work with the environmental monitoring system and soil moisture sensors, helping researchers understand what's really happening in the field. I turn raw data into as clear as possible insights to understand trends and environmental variables behavior, combining observation and technology to make monitoring easier and more reliable. Talking about soil moisture, it's not just about whether the soil feels wet or dry. It's about how the whole underground systems work together. Different soils behave in totally different ways. Sandy soils, for example, let water slip through fast. Clay soil hold on to it forever. A loamy soil is right in the middle. And that changes dramatically how plants grow and how long water stays available. This impacts on the biology as well, all the microbes, fungi, and roots that keep soil alive. They need the right ratio between soil pore and moisture content to breathe and stay active. When we monitor soil water content, we are really checking the balance between soil texture, water, and life. Understanding that balance helps us grow healthier plants, save water, and better evaluate the relationships between soil water content and soil biology.
Hello, my name is Francesca Ugolini and my research focuses on plants and water. The plants absorb water from soil through the roots and they use it for metabolic processes like the photosynthesis. But the greatest part of water is lost through the stomatas, which are little openings on the leaves of the plants. In plant ecophysiology, it is possible to measure the leaf water content, the water status, and transpiration by using portable sensors and instruments, and this allows to detect the health of a plant and predict any stress or identify the most suitable water supply on the basis of the water loss. So we can use portable instruments, sometimes they are very heavy, and we can even climb up to the top of a canopy to measure the response of the leaf to those environmental conditions. So why is it important to measure the leaf gas exchanges and transpiration? In the sector of agriculture, it allows us to save water, to calculate the water that is enough for the plant to replace the water that is lost by evapotranspiration. In other studies, it is important because it allows to calculate the water that goes back to the earth by the condensation and how it contributes to the water cycle. And in other studies, we also estimate the cooling effect, and we can make the relationships between the leaf transpiration, the woodland transpiration, and the effects on the temperature, on the air temperature. And this is important. For instance, you can think how pleasant it is to walk in a green park in a urban area. So, and you can then understand how important are the trees because of that, because of the shading and transpiration.
Joint research in save soil and water.
That was very informative. I actually didn't know you had big equipment to measure transpiration by plants.
And we could see that there's also the ability for plants to use water in different ways. So, yeah, that ties it in with World Water Day very closely.
And now to close, we have two more videos, one from Mantova talking about increasing resilience. It's spoken in Italian, but it has subtitles. And the second is about a European project that regards preventing waste from ending up in the environment. All right, shall we share the screen?
Buongiorno a tutti, sono Roberta Marchioro, dipendente del Comune di Mantova e referente della transizione climatica per il Comune. In questa breve presentazione vorrei illustrare il percorso del Comune di Mantova verso la resilienza, che è stato attuato negli ultimi 10 anni anche grazie a progetti come ACE3T Clima, cofinanziato da Fondazione Cariplo, e il progetto Aquam, cofinanziato da Cari Verona. Il percorso seguito è stato multiapproccio, nel senso che ha toccato molteplici problematiche e tematiche, in primis la pianificazione territoriale, il tema del verde urbano e del verde privato, la gestione delle acque, la transizione energetica, la mobilità sostenibile, la rigenerazione urbana e più in generale tutte quelle tematiche e attività legate alla mitigazione e all'adattamento al cambiamento climatico. È iniziata nel 2021 e si è conclusa nel settembre 2025 l'attuazione della strategia locale per la transizione climatica, cofinanziata nell'ambito del progetto AC3T Clima. In questo progetto, grazie anche al coinvolgimento di comuni limitrofi del Parco del Mincio e di Alchemica, abbiamo lavorato in ambito urbano sui temi della depavimentazione e della forestazione urbana. È stato creato un gruppo locale intercomunale che si occupa di mobilità dolce. Abbiamo lavorato per incrementare la conoscenza e la consapevolezza dei cittadini, dei tecnici comunali, in generale dei tecnici del territorio su tematiche legate al cambiamento climatico. Abbiamo costituito una fondazione per la costituzione di una comunità energetica rinnovabile denominata Territori Mantovani e abbiamo dato vita a uno sportello Energia Clima, un one-stop shop. Adesso vi presenterò un paio di immagini legate a azioni realizzate negli ultimi anni. In primo luogo particolarmente significativa è la trasformazione di Via Tasso, che si affaccia sull'uscita di 2 scuole comunali. Il progetto è stato realizzato in pieno contesto UNESCO, è stata completamente sostituita la pavimentazione in asfalto precedente con una pavimentazione drenante e una messa a dimora di diverse alberature. Ma il tema della forestazione urbana non ha toccato solo il comune di Mantova, ma anche i comuni limitrofi, come rappresentato nell'immagine in basso a sinistra, relative ai 10.000 alberi realizzati nel comune di San Giorgio Bigarello, e questo grande sforzo è stato realizzato anche nel comune di Mantova con l'obiettivo di fornire sempre più servizi ecosistemici al territorio. Infine, un ultimo elemento degno di nota è legato al progetto Aquam e al contratto di Fiume Mincio, nell'ambito del quale lo scorso autunno il Comune di Mantova ha proposto la costruzione di un monitoraggio open data e è attualmente in corso l'attività di raccolta informazioni con i principali enti coinvolti per poi giungere in modo concertato anche con i portatori di interesse alla costruzione di questo percorso di monitoraggio. Grazie a tutti per l'attenzione.
We saw that planting trees can be quite a feat. 10,000 trees in the council, that is an amazing bit of work. And repaving, I think, between 2 schools to let water drain. That was not something you'd think about very often.
No, it's not, but it's a way to increase the shade, but also to increase the ability for water to be reintroduced into the atmosphere because they draw it up from the ground. The trees draw it up from the ground.
That's a great point. Now we're moving to the last video for today with some important messaging about what happens when you throw a bottle of plastic in the bin.
You toss a plastic bottle in the bin. Ever wonder what actually happens to it? Well, it doesn't just, go away. It shatters into these teeny tiny pieces that get everywhere, our water, our food, even the air. It's a huge problem, but today we're going to look at a project that's all about tackling it head on, not just cleaning up, but stopping it before it starts. And it all comes down to one thing: education. Let's dive into the EDU for Plastic Circular project. And listen, this isn't some far-off problem for future generations. We're talking about right here, right now. These microplastics, they're literally in the rain, in our food, in the very air we're breathing. It's this invisible threat to, well, everything. Our environment, our health. It's one of the biggest challenges we're facing, for sure. Okay, so how on earth do you fight a problem that's, well, everywhere? You start with knowledge. It's as simple as that. And that is the whole idea behind the EDU for Plastic Circular project. It's all about turning us from people who just see the problem into people who are actually doing something about it. And what's great is they've made it super easy for anyone to jump in. It's really just a simple 3-step path. First, you take their course to get the basics down. Next, you can dive into their digital library to learn even more. And get this, you can actually get certified and earn these digital badges that show off your new green skills. It's a full-on roadmap to go from just knowing about the problem to taking real action. And the best part? The tools they give you are totally accessible. There's a free e-learning course that's the perfect place to start. It covers all the big questions like, what even are microplastics? And it gets into this key idea of a circular economy. You know, a system where we're constantly reusing and recycling stuff instead of just making it and trashing it. Plus, to back all that up, you've got this awesome digital library packed with videos, presentations, teaching guides, and it's all open source for anyone to use. You see, this really gets to the core of what they're doing. All these tools, all this information, it's all built on one simple, but honestly, super powerful idea. Real change starts with us. It starts with people who understand the problem and are ready to do something about it. So really, this is their invitation to every single one of us. It's not about memorizing a bunch of stats. No, it's about getting to grips with the problem on such a deep level that becoming part of the solution just feels like the natural next step. It's about making you a change maker. So look, the tools are right there. The knowledge is free and easy to get. The path forward is crystal clear. This is a real chance to make a difference for our planet. So I guess there's only one question left, right? Are you ready to join them?
And that's a very good question. When we look at World Water Day, when we look at the videos and other things that we've put together, that's a question that we need to ask.
Yeah, this project is called Edu for Plastic Circular. It's an Erasmus Plus project aimed at boosting green competencies in the circular economy. It just gives different education, upskilling tools, and open resources for higher education institutions and companies. That's a really good video that they put together and stimulating of thoughts. Now, we're at the end of the day, or maybe at the start of tomorrow for us. What are your thoughts on what we've seen today?
Well, we've been able to hear from people based in a lot of different places around the world who themselves have been working on water-related projects and activities in their own areas, but also in other countries located far away from them. So one of the key themes today is people have been undertaking activities and research to gain knowledge, and people have been trying to then share that knowledge with other people, which is why this last presentation is a sort of capstone for today.
Yeah, I think we've seen all sorts of ideas, soil engineering, water engineering, behavioral engineering, and hunting for things in the environment, like microplastics. We saw a lot about microplastics from all over the world. We've also seen that STEM skills can be learned without knowing you're learning STEM skills.
Because often STEM skills include fundamental elements that actually enhance your understanding of how things work. Often it can be fundamentals about the water cycle, where water comes from, where water goes, but by extension, how water interacts with us, but also how we then influence water by introducing things into it or taking things from it.
Yeah, and it's been amazing, I think, to see the enthusiasm of the students and the teachers. What do you think of that?
Yeah, we've had people from the age of about 5
Right.
up until much, much older. And so one of the consistent themes and features of has been the enthusiasm of the teachers, but also the enthusiasm demonstrated by the students too.
And we heard a lot about also water as a tool for gender equality, as well as STEM as a set of tools that enable independence and gender equality.
Well, STEM is not scared of pink. So everyone can learn it. Everyone can should be encouraged to have a role, have a job, and be aware of STEM because it is something, science, technology, engineering, and maths and medicine is a set of activities and knowledge and techniques that can benefit everyone.
I think that's what we're seeing from our students and researchers today. It's been a great day. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you to all the contributors, teachers, parents, students, all the ones behind the scenes, communication professionals that have helped people like us put videos together. We are much appreciative of your work. For us, STEM communication is as essential to changing behaviors in society. We thank you all for your attention. We wish you a happy World Water Day. We are sure that you have new things to think about because we've seen a lot of things today that you might implement in your own schools or life.
Thanks for your attention. Enjoy World Water Day.